Arrested on suspicion of aggravated child abuse on August 30th. That morning, a 911 caller reported Frankie's 12-year-old son escaped Hildebrandt's home in Ivins and asked him to call police.
He's hungry, and I think the young man, he's hearing his stocking feet, so he escaped.
Police also found the boy's sister in the home. Frankie and Hildebrandt will appear at 11 o'clock this morning. West Valley Police have named 18-year-old Esteban Galvez as a person of interest in the death of Brian Torres, who was found dead Friday afternoon. Police Lieutenant Robert Brinton says Torres was shot near 2800 West, 2700 South.
We ask that you call the West Valley City Police Department at 840-4000 and provide that information to us.
Investigators say Galvez was last seen leaving his home in Magna. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. The auto workers' strike is entering its fourth day. One of the car makers is now offering a 21% wage increase over 4 years, which is far below the union request of a 40% pay hike.
What the companies have come back with in their counteroffers, they're just not there. We saw a reiteration that the 21% pay increase that Stellantis offered is a no-go. So until those numbers get closer together, we could see this strike continue to go on.
The UAW's president says if they don't get better offers, they'll have to amp up their efforts. Your money at this moment, the Dow is off 8 points, just a fraction this morning. We're at 34,609. Coming up, a beautiful day in store. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 9:02.
What do you need to hear in the morning to feel ready for the day?
Important news that happened overnight, the traffic you'll hit on the roads.
You'll be ready for your day with us.
Join Utah's Morning News, 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Because we have had the Connecticut soft water system in our home for years and years, as a matter of fact, 2 different homes, I can tell you that it really is so much better than other water softeners, hands down. I love it because it makes a bag of salt last 3 times longer than the systems of competitors. It gives you wonderful, luxurious soft water you can count on 24/7. And when you're dealing with these folks, you're going to love. You'll find out that there are no nonsense, no loopholes, 10-year warranty. You feel like you've really found friends, and you find yourself really in soft water heaven. Connecticut of Utah. If your system doesn't sound like the one I just described, I want you to call Monty. I want you to call Steve. The great people, all of them there at Connecticut, will take care of you. 801-576-8600, or go online at softwaterutah.com.
Pelvic congestion syndrome, or pelvic venous congestion, is an important but often overlooked cause of chronic pelvic pain. It's estimated that up to 30% of patients with chronic pelvic pain may actually suffer from a symptomatic pelvic venous disorder. IVC, the leading interventional vascular and vein center in Utah for over 15 years, is here to help. Typical symptoms of pelvic venous congestion include dull achiness and heaviness in the pelvis, often made worse by prolonged standing. Well, it can often be successfully treated with a minimally invasive procedure called embolization. Pelvic venous embolization requires little or no downtime and is performed in an outpatient setting. Nearly 85% of women treated experience significant relief of their symptoms. If you suffer from the symptoms of pelvic venous congestion, let the experts at IVC help. Visit iVein.com for more or call 801-379-6700 today. As IVC has been saying for years, life starts when the pain stops.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And here's Andy Farnsworth.
Amanda, we've had some slowdowns on I-15, can't quite shake, northbound around Bangerter Highway, and then again between 33rd South and I-80. We've got slowing going on to I-80 because of apparently a crash going towards State Street from I-15. And then we've got some southbound slowdown still around 600 North in Salt Lake City, and that northbound slowdown on Legacy Parkway going from Centerville to Farmington. Today and tomorrow, Zero Res is opening up their $25 special. Schedule your carpet cleaning today, and you'll pay just $25 per room, only with Zero Res Carpet Cleaning. Call or schedule online at zerores.com. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, a beautiful 85 degrees today and tomorrow with some clouds in the area, a few scattered showers, mostly in the mountains. But then we do see some more storms moving in Thursday into Friday. Right now it's 72 degrees at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
What I heard and talked about this morning on Utah's Morning News with Tim and Amanda about this Social Security disaster, Dave, where the Social Security Administration attempting to collect and claw back $21 billion in overpayments. I'm worried about a lot of Utah families.
I don't know if this is law, but it certainly should be law. If the IRS deposits money into my bank account, it's gone. It's gone forever. You can never get it back. I don't care what you say. That should be the law of the land. Okay, it's 9:06. It's time for the launch.
Sequence engaged.
And here are 3 things Debbie wants you to know.
Countdown.
Let's talk about the strike. The United Auto Workers. What is this? Day 5? Day 4? They say it's going to go on for a while. That is at least the latest word. The union wants shorter work weeks. We've talked about this, and that 40% plus pay increase. Apparently 2 automakers, Dave, have offered 20%, but no one's settling in yet on a number. So as the strike goes on, Dave and I decided, let's not focus on the nuts and bolts of how to negotiate a union contract. Instead, we're going to debate at 9:35 whether we would join a union or not. Count me in.
No way.
Sign me up.
Okay. Good for the worker, bad for everybody else. Bad for the bosses, and then bad for everyone that has to purchase the things that they produce. You say, we don't want to talk about the numbers. They're asking for a 40% pay increase. They want to go from 5 days a week to 4 days a week, which is even bigger. I mean, there's so many layers to it. Ultimately, Deb, you are paying for it as the consumer. You want a new car? You're paying through the nose.
Countdown to...
Let's talk about the year of the worker, right? That's what 2023 is. And in fact, in New York, there's this new law that's being implemented. It's called pay transparency, Dave. I think you're going to like this one. It will require employers across New York to reveal what the job pays when they post the job position. And that includes posting even for remote workers. So let's say you apply for a job in New York, Dave, from Utah, you're going to work from home. You still get to see what that pay would be. I love it. At least it lets job applicants, in my view, know what the position pays before they apply, and so they can move along if they're not interested in that kind of money. And I think this will lead to less drama in the workplace.
Okay, there's a couple of things that I love here. Number one, I love the idea of having a ballpark idea what this job is going to pay, you know?
Right.
So you even know if it's worth your time. What I don't like is the idea of everyone publishing what Dave Noriega makes. Like, I want to be able to share that if I want to, but I don't want everyone knowing what I make. Whether it's too high or too low, people will say, you're not worth a penny more than that, or you're way overpaid, or, oh, geez, that's what you negotiated? If I want to share it, I want to share it. I don't want my boss just saying, you know what? This is for the world to know.
Launch countdown 1.
Well, in a move that could financially destroy elderly and disabled people across the country, the federal government is sending collection notices to hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of Social Security recipients. In Ohio, we know the story of a kitchen worker at a nursing home who has cerebral palsy. So she got a notice to pay back $60,000. In Georgia, a police officer who was shot in the face while on duty, now on disability benefits, says he got a demand letter for $30,000. And then there's the story of the former postal worker in Florida. She hurt her back on the job and in 2001 started collecting benefits. Here's the letter she got.
Went to my mailbox and a letter from Social Security, and I opened it, and it was a demand letter for $121,000 payable in 30 days. For the explanation was for overpayment.
I don't know if I've ever told you this before, Deb, but I once got 2 paychecks from this company. They sent me an extra paycheck on accident. My wife's like, what happened? Like, it's a blessing. It's a blessing. We got a second paycheck. It was incredible. But guess what? I didn't get to keep it. They reached back in there. They clawed it back. They called me. They're like, Dave, sorry, that was an error. I didn't get to keep it. So should these Social Security benefits, recipients that receive too much, be able to keep theirs? I mean, if it wasn't right for them to receive it in the first place, then why should they get to keep it?
Dave and Dujanovic.
The Launch.
Commence.
Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top national story.
That Florida woman you just heard from, thanks to WFTV and their interview with her. Her name's Lori. She ended up selling her home after finding that letter in her mailbox. It said pay up. She's got 30 days to pay up. And to feel like the icing on the cake, the Social Security Administration is now garnishing her $900 a month checks. The government has now set its sights on clawing back $21 billion in Social Security benefits. They say they're overpayments.
Okay, so there's a big difference, in my opinion, between my company sending me one paycheck too many. But what it sounds like, you're telling me that they were sending overpayments for years and years and years.
Yes. Yeah.
And now they want it back? Hey, I know this was back in like 1999, but I'm going to need some of that money back.
Let me elaborate on Lori's story. Said she was a former postal worker, told you she had a back injury. She started collecting disability benefits in 2001. So we're 22 years into this. And now the feds are claiming she didn't fully report her workers' comp benefits. But Lori says, yes, I did. You just miscalculated it.
One single piece of paper changed Lori's life forever.
I went to my mailbox and a letter from Social Security, and I opened it, and it was a demand letter for $120,000.
Oh, maybe we lost the audio.
$121,000. Yeah.
$121,000, and I said she ended up selling her home, and she said she WFTV reported that she took money out of her bank account. I kind of wondered if that was so they couldn't slap a lien on the home or start collecting money, seize her bank account. At any rate, she had 30 days to pay it back. There's no way, Dave. There's no way folks have this kind of money just laying around, especially not those who are on disability, which this is going to impact, or their retirement, which most beneficiaries of Social Security, it's specifically the supplemental Social Security income check that they get. And in Utah, I looked up the numbers of how many people this could impact. So I went to the graph. It's a graph that I found on the Social Security Administration's website. So I don't know if it's right or if it's miscalculated, but I'm just going to give you these numbers. 13,000 people in Salt Lake County get these kinds of benefits. 4,300 in Utah County, and in the county where you live, it's 2,500.
So just to be clear, this is not. How is this different from the typical Social Security?
It's a supplemental check that people get who qualify, for example, for disability. I talked about that police officer who was shot in the face while on duty. Well, he can't work anymore, and he's kind of too young to collect Social Security, the kind that your mom collects, right? So he gets a disability benefit, and now they're saying, well, we overpaid you, so now you, Mr. Police Officer, who've now had to be, forced to retire and is out of a job, you owe us $30,000 of that back. That's what this is, and that's why it's not hundreds of thousands of people in Utah. It's 13,000 people in Salt Lake County get this benefit. Utah County, it's 4,300. Davis County, it's 2,500. What we don't know is how many of those numbers that I just talked about, how many of those people have gotten a letter saying that they've been overpaid and now they owe that money back, and how much they owe back. Can you imagine getting a letter?
Devastating. Devastating doesn't even begin to describe it, because obviously if you're on disability and you're unable to work, then you're not going to be rolling around with $121,000 in your bank account. If you've been living on $900 a month, or, if that's been your supplemental income, of course you wouldn't have that kind of money. It would be devastating.
Let's ask attorney Greg Skordas, our KSL legal analyst, next. Do these folks who get these letters, do they have any course of action where they can tell the government to just pound sand?
Dave and Dujanovic.
Hey, stay right here for more of Dave and Dujanovic.
And tomorrow morning, come back here for news, traffic updates, and reliable weather.
Join us to have a listen. Tim and Amanda.
Your morning companions for news.
Jeff Kaplan.
His Minute of News is great. It's always entertaining.
I listen to Jeff Kaplan every day.
He gives you important news and traffic and the familiar voice that helps you enjoy the ride home.
I really like Jeff's Minute of News. He's calm and he's balanced.
I really enjoy driving home and just listening to what he's got to say.
Jeff Kaplan gets me home every day.
Join the community that relies on Jeff Kaplan. He has you covered. Afternoons from 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
They say you slow down as you get older, and it's true. But taking life a little slower here at Summit Vista has been incredibly rewarding. At my age, I know what I like, and it's all here. They call this a life plan community, and I'm liking the concept. I've always been a practical person, and now it's time to treat myself. At Summit Vista, I have a beautiful apartment. It's spacious and contemporary. It feels like me. I have all the independence I want, no more maintenance headaches, no more days spent cleaning. I eat delicious meals with my friends. The staff here feels like family. The socializing and amenities are endless. Frankly, anyone who says luxury living is overrated hasn't been to Summit Vista. I've rebooted my life, and I'm revisiting my younger self with the wisdom of an older woman. And I gotta tell you, feels pretty cool.
Experience retirement living at the top. Visit summitvista.com today.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Looking for fabulous food, atmosphere, and tradition? Make your reservation at Five Alls Restaurant today. The perfect place for a romantic dinner, birthday, or anniversary celebration. You'll love dining at the Five Alls.
Are you a business owner or HR rep? Does your company offer health insurance to your employees? If so, how do you know if you're getting the best deal on employee benefits? Every company works with a benefit broker who offers insurance plans. But did you know that a benefit broker makes more money when you spend more? Brokers are not only incentivized to steer you to more expensive insurance plans, but the more quotes they get, the harder they have to work and the less money they make. Most brokers get quotes from a few insurance companies, or they recommend you renew as is. They don't do the extra work to get you the best deal. Either way, they get paid. What if you could save 10%, 20%, or more, but you don't know it? No one should have to wonder if they're getting the best deal on employee benefits. My name is Keith with Magellan & Linden. We're a different kind of benefit broker that offers a best plan, best price guarantee. Unlike other brokers, we get quotes from every insurance company, every year. It forces insurance companies to compete for your business and offer the best deal possible. We'll show you all your options, help you weigh the pros and cons, and then you'll feel confident to make the right choice for your company. Here's what you do. Step 1, visit shopmyplan.com. Step 2, we get you free quotes with no strings attached. Step 3, if you like what you see, let's work together. Step 4, you get the best plan at the best price. Your employees will be happy because they have great insurance. Your bank account will thank you because you got a great deal. If your benefits broker isn't getting quotes from every insurance company every year, you're probably paying too much. That's money that could make a big difference to your business, your employees, and your bottom line. You've got nothing to lose, so visit shopmyplan.com today to get the best deal on employee health insurance. That's shopmyplan.com. Again, shopmyplan.com. Let's save you some money. Visit shopmyplan.com today.
With the three things you need to know this hour. I'm Amanda Dixon. First, the federal government is looking to recoup billions after they made a mistake and sent out extra money to Social Security recipients around the country. Second, a search and rescue team made the trek into Diamond Fork Canyon in Utah County last night to rescue a woman with a serious knee injury near Fifth Water Hot Springs. And third, Tooele police are investigating a fatal crash this morning involving a pedestrian, which is just the latest in an alarming trend of fatal accidents around the Wasatch Front. Right now it's 72 in Salt Lake City. Back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top national story.
Like Amanda Dixon just reported, the Social Security Administration made a mistake, and now they're looking to claw back $21 billion from recipients who got too much money. For example, we just heard about the woman in Florida, Dave, who found a letter in her mailbox that she owed $121,000 and needed to pay up in 30 days. Huh. How about this other example? This woman named Justina, she works part-time in a kitchen in an Ohio nursing home. Now, Justina also has cerebral palsy. She earns, working in that kitchen, in that nursing home, about $900 a month. And her SSI benefit, which is the supplemental benefit that she gets for her disability, is about $1,100 a month. The federal government is demanding she repay $60,000 in 30 days.
Incredible. The timeline, first of all. Like $60,000 in 30 days. We're going to need this by end of the month. Are you okay with that? Doesn't it just speak volumes to how terribly the government programs are running? Because, again, this is not a $60,000 one-time overpayment. This is an overpayment year after year, month after month, year after year after year.
Kind of nickeled and dimed their way.
Decades in some cases.
Yeah, nickeled and dimed their way to the point now where the federal government is saying they owe tens of thousands of dollars back in the next 30 days, which is insanely ridiculous. This particular mistake impacts low-income, some retirees, and those who are collecting disability benefits. It's the supplemental Social Security. It's not the checks that, your mom and dad get when they reach 62 or 64 or 67, or that you're getting because you have surpassed the age that you can collect Social Security. 13,000 people in Salt Lake County collect this type of Social Security benefit. 4,300 in Utah County, 2,500 in Davis County. And Greg, I think Dave brings up a great point. Greg Skordas, by the way, attorney and also KSL legal analyst on the line with us. Dave brings up a great point that these are mistakes that the Social Security Administration was making over a number of years. This isn't like the Social Security just plopped $30,000 or $60,000 into somebody's account by mistake one day. This has been a formulated mess for many years.
No, and you're exactly right. And you both make very good points. But I would say this. It is highly unlikely that the government expects any of these recipients to pay the money back within 30 days. I imagine they all got some form letter that the Social Security Administration sends out to everyone when they're overpaid and say, you got to make arrangements to pay this back. And they usually put a drop dead date of 30 days. Now, there's another thing to keep in mind, however, and that is that these are overpayments. It's not like, hey, you were fining you or we're doing something like this. Maybe people got money they weren't supposed to get. So there's that, and the government, I'm sure, Debbie, is going to give these people time to pay it back, even if it's just over the course of their future Social Security payments being reduced to the point where it ultimately is repaid.
Greg, it feels like there should be some sort of statute of limitations. Like if you can't figure this out in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, then I'm sorry, you just lost out on the opportunity to recollect on that. Is there any kind of statute of limitations on you not being able to balance your books?
There is not, and the government can go back on unpaid taxes, Social Security, and other things at any time. You can't discharge it in bankruptcy. you can't claim that the statute of limitations has run. But the administration has got to go in, Dave, and say, wait a minute. We need to figure out a way that these people can pay it back. Maybe they pay back 10 cents on the dollar. Maybe they don't repay anything back, but they get a reduction in their future payments. But I don't see any of these people being garnished or levied for $60,000 or $121,000. I mean, I've seen some huge numbers here. You would expect the administration is going to step in here and say, wait a minute, we're going to reevaluate this and try to figure out a way to make it right for these people who are on fixed incomes anyway. Like Debbie said, I mean, these people don't have that kind of money.
Right. I mean, the woman, for example, who's the kitchen worker in Ohio that got the demand letter for $60,000, she earns about $900 a month working, and she has cerebral palsy, and she's working, getting $900 a month, gets $1,100 as an SSI benefit, and that's what they're going after, is they want her to pay this $60,000 back. Well, where's she going to come up with $60,000? I mean, that's hardly enough money to live as it is. She's making $1,900, maybe $2,000 a month. Greg, so what is the course of action that you suggest people take if they get one of these letters in the mail?
Well, I think the first course of action is to say, wait a minute, let's take a look at this, contact the administration and see if they can work out some sort of a repayment schedule that you can live with. And a lot of these people are living, like you said, just paycheck to paycheck anyway. So maybe the repayment schedule is $50 a month reduction in your benefits or something like that, or some amount that will never, ever get it repaid, but that the government can feel like they're at least doing something to recoup some of these losses. It's never going to be made up. It's never going to be made up. And I can just bet that the Social Security Administration has to have some compassion here for these people and I know, we're talking about the federal government, which isn't necessarily known to be compassionate, but they've got to make it right for these people and not expect that kind of a payment. I just don't think it's going to go that way.
Is there any chance that a person could be arrested or taken to jail if they don't repay?
I would say no, because the fault was not theirs. The fault was the government. And if they don't have the ability to repay, I mean, we don't have debtors prison in America, and we don't have people going to jail for failing to repay. I guess the worst case scenario that I see, Dave, is a reduction in their future benefits, and that could really hurt. I'm not saying that's not a consequential problem here, but I would say that that's probably the worst thing that would happen, is that some of these people might see a reduction in their checks going forward.
Greg Skordas, KSL legal analyst, thank you so much for sharing your advice with our listeners who may be facing one of these collection notices from the Social Security Administration. And in fact, the woman we talked about earlier, Dave, Lori from Florida, who sold her house after she got one of these letters, owes $121,000. She told WFTV in Florida that the Social Security Administration is already garnishing her $900 a month SSI checks. So she's not getting anything right now. But I was thinking $900 a month. Okay, so maybe that's what, $10,000, $11,000 a year you end up paying back from having your check garnished. That's like 10 years, 11 years of your life. And she's got to be over 70 years old that she's paying this back just by having her checks garnished.
I should have asked Greg. I'm not sure which lawyer you call, if it's a tax lawyer, if there's a Social Security, some sort of attorney before I started paying things back. He said to call the Social Security Administration's office and try to work something out, but I would feel so overwhelmed I wouldn't even know where to begin. I wouldn't know what a reasonable repayment plan would look like. If I could pay $50 a month or have my quote-unquote wages garnished, I don't want to pay any more than I have to. But, yeah, I would certainly make that phone call with an attorney.
If you missed our discussion just now and you tuned in late, we'll have many more details at kslnewsradio.com. And don't forget, you can also podcast it. And, by the way, we were live on Facebook. You can go back in and watch this entire discussion. We'll post it on Facebook after we wrap up, our discussion here, so you can go back and watch it on KSL News Radio's Facebook page. Next, we are going to engage in the Great Union Debate. Would you join a union? This is an ode to the United Auto Workers strike. It's now on day whatever. It's been a few days now, and there doesn't seem to be a meeting of the minds yet. But let me get a sneak peek with your take. Would you join a union? Would you?
You want me to answer that? Every time I try to answer, you're like, don't answer that. Save it for the segment. This is such a catch-22.
9:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Amanda Dixon. Our top story this hour. Tooele police are investigating after a car hit someone this morning. It's the latest in an alarming trend we're seeing around the Wasatch Front. Police say a woman was hit last night while walking along SR 112. Tooele City Police Corporal Colby Bentley says the area is not well lit and the driver is cooperating with the investigation.
As a driver, just always expect the unexpected. You never know when something like this is going to happen. You can do everything right as a driver, but we can still have, something like this happen.
In just the last 2 weeks, we've seen at least 3 serious auto pedestrian crashes from Heber to the Salt Lake and Utah valleys. 2 of those victims died. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. The federal government is looking to recoup billions after a mistake that incorrectly sent out Social Security money. ABC's Rhiannon Nally has more.
70 million Americans get benefits from Social Security. Now the administration is trying to get back $21 billion in overpayments, much of it from low-income or disabled beneficiaries. The Social Security Administration saying while staffing and resource constraints have challenged our service delivery, our payment accuracy rates remain high.
Those who need to file an appeal can do so on the Social Security Administration's website. The Utah State Aggies women's soccer team came away with a huge win at home over the weekend when they beat number 1 ranked BYU 1-0. It's the Cougars' first loss on the season and the highest rank win in Aggie history. Your money at this moment. The Dow right now is up 69 points. That's 0.2%. We're at 34,685. Coming up, highs in the 80s for the first few days of the week, but then the weather changes. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 9:32.
We have enough people running around Broadcast House at 4 in the morning to field a football team.
Producers, reporters, the traffic team, and us.
This is Tim and Amanda.
Join us each morning from 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Master Electrical has upfront pricing. You may not know what that means because usually most pricing isn't upfront, in my experience, when I'm getting a bid. If I need something done at my home, I have them come out, give me a bid. There's very little that is upfront about it.
Bids make me nervous. Bids make me nervous because I never know if what I'm going to pay in the end is going to match the price that was bid in the beginning. But with Master Electrical, what you see up front with that upfront pricing is the price that you pay at the end. It doesn't matter how long the job takes. In fact, we met with one of the owners of Master Electrical, and they told us their software system does not allow them to change their upfront pricing bid.
Yeah, you'll never see an upcharge, and that is a great relief. They'll do anything from lights, ceiling fans, smoke detectors, generators. If you want one of those EV charging stations, I can hook you up with that as well.
We were trying to talk Dave into getting an electric vehicle. Maybe you're going to need an EV charger at your home soon. Fingers crossed, he needs a new car. You need to call Master Electrical. 801-543-2222, 801-543-2222, and ask them about their upfront pricing.
Yeah, they serve everyone from Logan to Santa Quinn, emergency services as well. Check them out as well online at masterelectrical.com.
Ever have that nagging feeling that you might be leaving money on the table when you're filing your business taxes? Like your longtime bookkeeper or CPA might have missed a credit or deduction your business is eligible for. TaxReview.ai ensures you're not missing out on any state and federal tax credits or even industry or location-specific tax incentives. Plus, you may have major omissions on previous tax returns that can quickly add up to tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash for your business. Make sure you're not paying more taxes than you need to. Double-check your previous tax returns with TaxReview.ai's comprehensive artificial intelligence-driven algorithm. A licensed tax professional will review the AI recommendations, analyze your file, and tell you how much you're owed. Double-checking past tax returns could mean more money coming back to you. The analysis is completely free. Visit TaxReview.ai today to begin your free review. That's TaxReview.ai.
Made to shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers. We met later in life. I liked his dimples. Both of our spouses had passed away, and we never expected to remarry.
That's the funny thing about love. It has its own agenda.
I wanted to get her a ring that celebrated our future, but didn't ignore our past.
I just wanted a party.
Shane Company helped me create the perfect ring, the center stone for us and the 2 side stones for our past loves.
Capture your love story with a unique engagement ring. Shane Company, fine jewelry since 1929.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And here's Heather Kelly.
Well, we did have a crash on the connecting ramp from northbound I-15 to go eastbound I-80. It was right in the Gore area and was slowing people down, so it backed up onto main flow northbound I-15. But that crash just pulled away a minute ago, and so hopefully these delays will clear out very quickly. The rest of your drive across the Wasatch Front is in good shape, especially if you're sticking to a freeway. Found your dream house but not your dream rate? Make your purchase with a home loan from Cyprus Credit Union. Refinance within 12 months if rates drop, and we'll take care of the refinancing fees. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, today's high 70. Let's see, it's going to be warmer than 70. It's going to be 85 degrees for today's high. Tonight's low will drop down to about 64 degrees. Expect some rain to come through on Thursday and Friday. Our high on Friday will only be 60 degrees. Right now it's 72 degrees at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic.
It's going to go on for a while. That's the latest word on the United Auto Workers strike. Let's remember that the union wants shorter work weeks and 40% pay increases for employees. Dave's over there about ready to chuckle. And Dave and I are going to debate whether we would join a union or not. But let's get the latest on where things are at from MSNBC.
Union officials say since negotiations resumed, they have, quote, reasonably productive talks with Ford and plan to meet with GM as well. Both of those companies, along with Stellantis, have offered 20% pay raises. The union, however, has rejected that.
Isn't that kind of funny? Just you look at it straight up. Your boss comes to you and offers you a 20% pay increase. And you say, no, I'm holding out for something better. That's almost laughable.
It's bold.
If your boss came to you and said, I'm going to give you a 20% raise, and you're like, I would like you to double that. Go ahead and take that number you have, times it by 2, and then get back to me.
Stop making sense.
That's a big number.
Yeah. What did we land on last week when we were talking about this in terms of how much the United Auto Workers were earning per hour? Wasn't it in the $17 or $18? Yeah. Which I was surprised.
Starting pay.
I was kind of surprised it was so low. They're union employees. They belong to the union. I would have thought that maybe we were starting at more in the $25 an hour range.
That's what the average is. The average is $25, but the starting pay is about $17.
Yeah, bump that starting pay up to $25 an hour. You know, so Gallup did an analysis of how many people in America, how many workers are in a union, and it's 12%. Dave, does that number surprise you?
That's not very big.
Yeah.
Like the vast majority of Americans are working outside of the union.
So why? I'll just use you as an example. Why do you get so wound up, like to the point where there's fire coming out of your ears when you start talking and debating unions when only 12% are in a union, which means 88% of the rest of us are not?
Okay, it's a great question, especially here in Utah, because Utah is not, it's a right-to-work state. So there aren't very many unions. You can be fired basically for any reason, and you can move around. The reason I get so upset, in part, the little bit of union experience that we've had is the teachers' union here in Utah. And although they have their own kind of collective bargaining, what I've seen over the years, specifically regarding teachers, is pay has gone up, and pay has gone up a great deal for teachers, especially starting pay if you're beginning as a teacher. The problem I have with that is we do not reward great teachers. We assume that all teachers are basically the same. and we pay them accordingly because we take how much education you have, how many years you've worked, and this is what your pay is. That's what the union has negotiated. You have absolute transparency. You know to the dollar how much you're going to be paid. But if you are a superstar, rock star, amazing teacher, you don't get paid any more than everybody else.
But that's all government jobs.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's all government jobs. That's how it worked when I was with the FBI.
Yeah.
I knew exactly how many years I'd have to have on to earn a certain pay. And I mean, I got extra for location where you live. You know, if you live in New York, you get more money than you, for example, if you live in Salt Lake City. But that's how all government jobs
Did it bother
work.
you?
Coming from the private sector, yeah, because I didn't have any negotiating power at all working for the FBI. I was like just stuck on that pay scale.
Okay,
no
and
matter-
also,
Mhm.
can we dive into this a little
Sure.
bit more? You had an area. You covered an enormous area.
Yeah.
You were responsible for. How far did it go?
330,000 square miles of territory, Utah, Montana, and Idaho, from St. George to the very tippy top of Montana. Any cases that we investigated, I was the media point person for the press.
And you'd have to travel thousands of miles all over the place
Yeah.
in remote, very, very remote
Yes.
areas.
Yeah.
Where there
Well,
are other FBI spokespeople that maybe didn't have to leave a city because that was their area. They never had to travel. So you had a wildly different experience. You had to pack up. You had kids at the time.
Yes.
You were missing softball games and
Right.
baseball games.
That's
and
why
you
I
had
left.
You had to juggle.
That's why I left the Bureau and came back to KSL5 TV.
So instead of looking at you and saying, you know what, this position, this job of yours, Debbie, requires extra travel, extra inconvenience, so we're going to pay you a little extra because this job's a little bit more of a headache than other jobs around the country. They said, nope, this is what you get because this is what the union has negotiated.
Pretty much. You summed it up. How does that relate to union work?
Well, that's what happens when you negotiate.
Oh, you're all
big
lumped in.
Yeah,
Okay.
They don't look at you as an individual. They look at you as a job title.
But I want to speak a little pro union here.
Okay.
As you know, I had a daughter who worked for a time for UPS, and when she came home after her first or second day on the job, I said, "How'd it go?" And she goes, "I'm in a union."
Didn't know this.
She was a part-time employee who was receiving what I would consider full-time benefits, like health care and whatever savings plan that they offered. And I'm looking up data on unions this morning, and I found that on average, union wages are 27% higher than non-union workers. So that's enticing, especially if you're in that, $20, $25 an hour range starting out in life. You're going to go into a union job making $20 or $25 an hour, not $15 an hour. And I did like that there was also pension benefits. A lot of unions will negotiate pension benefits. So that means when, we all know what a pension is. When you retire, you continue getting a retirement check from the company that you've spent 30 or 40 years working for. And so many companies are just blanketly eliminating pensions that I worry that our, older Americans, as our kids get older, they're just going to find themselves in a financial bind because they haven't amassed enough money in their 401k, and life has gotten so expensive on them over time that they can't afford to put retirement savings away. So that is my pro-union pitch.
And the Salt Lake Tribune reported on this, said that only 4% of Utah workers are members of a union. My ultimate concern with this specific strike, the United Auto Workers Union, who run the big three, who work for was it Ford, GM, and Stellantis, which is Chrysler. The average cost of a new car right now is $48,000 a year. If all the workers get a 40% increase or a 20% increase, how much is that new car going to cost me now? Because right now it is astonishing, $48,000. What is it going to be when you have to start paying your workers 20, 30% more?
Before we leave this segment behind us, could the CEOs who are making $20+ million annually take a little bit of a pay cut so we can pay a little less for that car?
It would mean beyond nothing. It would not even be a rounding error of a rounding error. They're a $47 billion company. The CEO can make $20 million.
Or $29 million.
He could, or 29 or 49 or $109 million. You could erase every penny of that, and it wouldn't affect one penny of your $49,000 new car.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Did you know Utah has just one all-new station in the morning?
It's this one. Weekday mornings between 5 and 9.
Start your days with us. We're Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
Your morning companions for news.
You know, there are whodunits, and then there's Catch Me If You Can that is showing right now at Hale Center Theater. The other night, Dee and I had the chance to be there, and it is a remarkable production. You are left wondering what in the world is going on, who indeed did do it. Don't miss Catch Me If You Can. It's showing right now at Hale Center Theater. And don't forget, in a couple of weeks, mid-September, it'll be Around the World in 80 Days. It's time to get your tickets for that production. And then also Elf is coming up in November. And believe it or not, it's not too early to get your tickets for A Christmas Carol at Hale Center Theater. Every year I get a call from the theater and they say, yeah, I know it's September, I know it's October, but we're getting sold out. Don't miss the opportunity to see this amazing production that you're going to love at Hale Center Theater. Get your tickets for everything right now at hct.org.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Hi, friends. Dan, the laptop man here from PC Laptops. I get a lot of emails with feedback from customers. Here's one. Dear Dan, I just had the best experience ever. I bought a computer from Shane at your State Street store. I asked several what I thought were really stupid questions. Shane was super courteous and made me feel comfortable through the whole process. People need to understand how important it is to support a local company, especially when your experience is so good. PC Laptops really does love me. Signed, Satisfied. I love hearing feedback like that. It really just gives me the chills. It's the whole reason why I got into the computer business in the first place. You can get a brand new PC Laptops desktop, and they start at only $29 a month. And it comes with a lifetime warranty. That means if anything goes wrong, we're going to take care of you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. That's PCLaptops.com. At PC Laptops, we really do love you.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hi, I'm Heather Kelly with KSL News Radio. I have a podcast, Money Making Sense. My passion is to help people keep more money in their pockets by learning how to cut costs.
Unplugging unused gadgets can cut your bill by 10%.
This includes anything from understanding your health insurance options.
How do those co-payments or deductibles or out-of-pockets play in? And what is it going to cost me?
To smart strategies for buying a home on your budget. But it isn't all about the cash. Not getting scammed and preventing financial abuse is a big part of Money Making Sense.
The biggest piece that's holding women back on being able to leave
is feeling financially trapped.
Basically, if money affects your life in any way, I'll talk about it. That includes speaking with ambassadors, state governors, and even the U.S. Secretary of Transportation about where your tax dollars are going. Follow Money Making Sense for free wherever you get your favorite podcasts on KSLpodcast.com or the KSL News Radio app.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Amanda Dixon. First, the federal government is looking to recapture billions of dollars after a mistake that incorrectly sent out Social Security money. Second, a search and rescue team rescued a woman with a serious knee injury near Fifth Water Hot Springs over the weekend. And third, Tooele police are investigating a fatal crash involving a pedestrian this morning, which is just the latest in an alarming trend of similar accidents around the Wasatch Front. Right now, 72 degrees in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Right on the money. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Subscription addiction. Couldn't think of a better person to talk about this with. We're going to have an intervention with Dave right now about his subscription.
My name's Dave. I have a problem.
Utah's Morning News reporting this morning that more than 80% of us are now paying for more than one streaming service. Most are subscribing to 3.
Okay, if I were subscribing to 3, my wife would throw me a parade. Like, she would straight up, she would load me into this smart car. We'd go down Main Street, Kaysville, ticker tape parade, and everything. If I only had 3 subscriptions, just off the top of my head, I was thinking I have at least 10.
Oh.
At least 10.
So you're doing better than you thought. So you have how many? 3?
I probably have more. 3 is what the majority of people have 3
right.
services.
You have 10.
I have at least 10.
Oh, you have 10.
Yeah, I have.
Have
10.
you done the audit to know for sure?
No, because I don't want to know.
Oh, you don't want to know. Let's get with Don Brinkerhoff. He went out and about and found people that have gone through the same thing you're going through.
A study by Statista also shows almost 1 in 10 of us subscribe to 5 or more services, and that leads to another problem.
I don't know. I usually just scroll aimlessly for a little bit and then click on something.
With so many choices, conflicts often pop up when 2 or more people are trying to decide what to watch. Most people tell me they solve those conflicts the same way Sergio does.
I think we mainly just try and look for something that we can both agree on and not focus so much on what each of us want to watch.
A survey by J.D. Power claims most of us are paying about $54 a month on streaming services. Reporting from Veterans Memorial Park in West Jordan, Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
Okay, $54 a month. This was my worry because I was talking to my wife about this, and I said, we have way too many subscriptions. We got to get, some of these off the books. And she added them all up for me, and it was about $100 a month.
Yikes.
No, $100 a month for all the streaming services?
No, that's terrible.
No,
that's horrible. What do you mean?
No.
You think that's good?
No, that was my Audible, that was Apple Music, iTunes, Netflix, Hulu, all of this stuff for $100 a month for my happiness?
No.
That was a bargain.
Okay, but you are spending $100 a month, but you are not getting $100 a month worth. You're not getting it.
Oh, 100% I am.
No, so go over the list of streaming services that you have.
Audible.
Netflix. Okay, what Audible is you listen
Books on tape.
And how many do you listen to a month?
I listen several times a week.
To different books or to one book?
No, just usually one book until I'm done.
Okay, how many books a month?
Oh, one book.
One book a month.
It cost me $15.
$15.
$15? Last time you bought a hardback book, it cost you $37.
No, that's not true at all. It cost me $1 because I go to the secondhand store and I buy all my books.
I like to read a book that's been released in this century.
Basement of your library. In the basement of your library, they probably have a book sale.
The Great Gatsby. 39 cents.
Okay, that's $15 a month for one book. If you were doing 2 books a month, I'd say that is definitely worth it. You're doing 1 book a month, it's not worth it. What's your next streaming service?
iTunes Music.
What?
Yeah.
They still have a streaming service?
Yeah. Yeah, I can listen to anything, music all day. The entire family can for $15. Anything on the Apple iTunes library. It is. I would
thought
sell
Apple
a
iTunes was
child
obsolete.
before I stopped
I think it's obsolete. I don't think it's.
How is it obsolete?
I don't think it's.
Apple Music, yeah.
No, is Apple Music obsolete? Come on, thumbs up, thumbs down. I don't even know if it still exists. All I know is I've got old music on my Apple iTunes account that I listen to, and
Sorry, I call it iTunes because it was originally called iTunes. It's called Apple Music
Okay,
now.
whatever.
All right, rebranders. Are you feeling better now? Do you feel better that you've corrected me?
We're talking about subscription addiction, and new information has come out that 80% of us now paying for more than one streaming service. Not me. I'm in the 20%.
Oh, yeah, Deb. You don't have nearly enough. There's so much happiness out there for you.
I have Peacock. I have Peacock.
Oh, I have that too.
I pay 99 cents a month for Peacock.
It's only 99
Yes,
cents?
because I got it on a Black Friday special.
I was going to say, mine's $5.
Yeah, exactly. So you got to look for in fact, I mean, mark your calendars. They do these Black Friday specials. I canceled Netflix because I wasn't watching it enough. I felt like it had run its course. I'd watched many of the shows. All I was doing was flipping through Netflix, you know, over and over and over again. Then I'd go back to the beginning and I'm like, at some point you're done with Netflix. So I cancel that. And then if some great show comes out, I'll re-access my account. But so all I have is Peacock, and then I use this free Spotify.
Oh, with commercials?
Yeah.
Icky. I mean, I love commercials.
Yeah, I have to. We're in radio. How can you say icky?
Well, no,
What
okay.
What planet are you on right now?
I love commercials because commercials means I get it for free. If I'm paying for something, I want no commercials.
Okay, so you're going to get rid of Audible, and you're going to go to the second-hand bookstore, and you're going to start.
0%. Okay, none of that.
What is another service you use that I can rip apart right now?
Okay, I bundle. I get Hulu, ESPN, and Apple storage.
What's Apple storage?
I get 2 terabytes of cloud storage.
What are you running, an IT company? I mean, you don't need that much. What are you doing?
The entire family. That's where we store all those photos and pictures.
It's like storing stuff in closets, Dave. It's the same thing. You're never going to go back and look at it again. You can probably get rid of that too.
That is so false.
Yeah. Okay. And Hulu, you watch that?
Uh-huh.
What do you watch on Hulu? Is that Ted Lasso?
No,
that's Apple.
That's Apple. I have that too.
Is there anything on your list of streaming services that you think you could get rid of?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Certainly there could be. Here's the way I look at it, though. Deb, did you ever have a satellite or cable TV?
I got rid of that too.
Okay, yeah, so did I.
It's like $150 a month.
People spend $100 as an afterthought with those services. I just switched mine over from a cable package to these individual streaming.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of equals out in my mind.
So did you feel like you've saved money?
No question.
Kind of using a streaming menu approach.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's why
it's a la carte. That's what they call it.
A la carte. Okay, so this is where I think corporate America gets you.
Mm-hmm.
You have somehow convinced yourself, and corporate America loves this, that by saving $50 a month over what you were paying for cable. Yeah. Is a better deal than what you were paying for cable. Here's how I look at it. When I start auditing, and once a year I go in and I audit all of these expenses that I'm, suddenly are appearing on my credit card that I'm like, I don't remember signing up for that service or whatever the case may be. Am I getting my value out of it? Am I getting use out of it? I don't care if it's $9.99 a month or if it's 99 cents a month. I have not watched a show on Peacock, which is I'm paying 99 cents a month for, since I stopped midstream watching Yellowstone because I got sick of the plot. I thought it was like repetitive. You always knew how it was going to end. It was somebody's going to end up being shot.
Spoiler alert, Deb.
It's every episode. That is literally, I was like, I can't. And then I'd go to bed and I just have these narrow nightmares. So Dave, if you are looking at all of those services, and you are not getting true value out of it, like you're only reading one book a month through or listening to one book a month through Audible, cancel it. Cancel it for a month and see if you can live without it. I bet you can.
Thou shalt not cancel.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen at home on any smart speaker and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 10 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dale Spalding. KSL's top story this hour. The Salt Lake City School District plans to rebuild its headquarters to be earthquake ready, but the project will cost millions more than anticipated. District spokeswoman Yandri Chatwin says inflation is to blame.
As most people who've been around for the last few years know, the economy's changed, inflation has changed, the cost of building materials has changed, so we've seen an increase in the price, even though the design of the building hasn't changed.
Chatwin adds this will cap a $500 million effort to retrofit all district schools and offices.
We made sure that we prioritized our schools first, but the district office was the last building that had not been earthquake retrofitted in the district.
The project is scheduled to finish next summer. YouTuber Ruby Franke was supposed to appear in person before a judge this morning, but the hearing has been postponed to a later date by the request of her attorneys. Both Franke and her business partner Jody Hildebrandt are still in jail, accused of aggravated child abuse. On August 30th, an Ivins man called 911 saying Franke's 12-year-old son escaped Hildebrandt's home next door.
I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
Police also found his 10-year-old sister in the home and say they were both starved. 3 temples for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints all got dedicated on the same day. It's the first time in church history this has happened. Members of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles dedicated the Brasilia, Brazil, Bentonville, Arkansas, and the Moses Lake, Washington temples on Sunday. Your money at this moment, the Dow is up 90 points and the NASDAQ is up 34 points. Coming up, a beautiful day. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 10:01.
Start your days with knowledgeable, friendly voices telling you about the latest news and weather out there.
Hi, this is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
In the business of waking you up each morning from 5 to 9.
On KSL News Radio.
Ron had a tax problem he just couldn't handle on his own.
I owed the IRS taxes for over 5 years, but I didn't have any money to pay the taxes.
Those years cost him dearly.
Most of it was fees and interest. It was horrible.
Ron finally called in the pros.
I called Optima Tax Relief, and boy, am I happy I did.
The leading tax resolution firm, Optima, is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients. Ron was overjoyed.
They settled my account with the IRS. I was ecstatic. They are a lifesaver. They are. I am so happy.
Take Ron's advice and call Optima now for a free consultation.
Yeah, don't do like I did and wait. Call Optima Tax Relief. Do it now. You'll be ecstatic like me.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. If you haven't scheduled your free estimate yet, what are you waiting for? Call Any Hour Services today or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
They say you slow down as you get older, and it's true. But taking life a little slower here at Summit Vista has been incredibly rewarding. At my age, I know what I like, and it's all here. They call this a life plan community, and I'm liking the concept. I've always been a practical person, and now it's time to treat myself. At Summit Vista, I have a beautiful apartment. It's spacious and contemporary. It feels like me. I have all the independence I want, no more maintenance headaches, no more days spent cleaning. I eat delicious meals with my friends. The staff here feels like family. The socializing and amenities are endless. Frankly, anyone who says luxury living is overrated hasn't been to Summit Vista. I've rebooted my life, and I'm revisiting my younger self with the wisdom of an older woman. And I gotta tell you, feels pretty cool.
Experience retirement living at the top. Visit summitvista.com today.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Heather Kelly.
Well, things looking pretty good across the Wasatch Front on the major freeways. No delays on I-15, the east or west side belt routes, or the 201 freeway. Utility work is continuing on 3300 South. This is westbound between Main Street and 200 West. So the right lane is blocked. 2 left lanes are getting through. Today and tomorrow, Zero Res is opening up their $25 special. Schedule your carpet cleaning today and you'll pay just $25 per room, only with Zero Res Carpet Cleaning. Call or schedule online at zerores.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, 85 degrees today, gorgeous weather. Tomorrow we'll have some clouds in the area and a few scattered showers. That'll go a little more from there moving into Thursday and Friday with some storms. Right now it's mostly cloudy and 72. I'm Dale Spalding, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
David Dujanovic.
We got the scoop on the pay transparency law that goes into effect in New York. Actually went into effect in New York yesterday, the entire state. And in a nutshell, Dave, this new law requires employers across the state to be transparent about what the pay is for the position that they posted. Hence the term pay transparency.
It seems like a no-brainer. Like you should put as a best practice, this is the job, and this is the range of what you can expect to be paid. If you don't know that as a company, you're lying. Of course you know how much you've set aside for this job. And I think a lot of people don't even bother applying for jobs because it's not worth the time and effort if you have no idea what it pays.
So you like the idea?
I love the transparency. Yes,
you do? Okay.
Love it.
I thought you'd argued before, though, in the past, my memory serves, that you weren't thrilled with the idea because it would cause jealousy within the workplace.
Okay, that's a great point because I think there's a big difference between seeing what a job listing pays, just a post, and me knowing exactly what you, my coworker, makes. I think there's a big difference between saying, oh, this is roughly what someone makes, and, hey, this is exactly what this person makes. Because then you start comparing, but I'm as good at my job as she is at her job, or we do the same thing.
That's got to be the next step. That's got to be the next step. It can't just be the new hires get to have their salary broadcast to the entire organization, but those who've grandfathered in because you've been working here a year, don't you think this is a slippery slope that's going to be the next step, is that we're just going to post everybody's pay?
And the state of Utah already does that. If you're a state worker, if you work for the state, you can go onto a website, type in the name of your neighbor that you know works for the state, and you can find out exactly
You've
what
done
they
that,
make.
haven't you?
Of course I have. Of course I have.
Nosy. Where does it get you?
So curiosity.
Where does it get you?
Confused.
As to how they can
No
afford
way
the
they're
home
worth that.
next to you?
No. A little confused because when they list it, they list the total benefits. So they don't just put, this is what the person, your take-home salary is. They factor in your health care and your 401k. So then it makes it look like they're making, crazy money.
I like to rubberneck that website. I do go on that website
You
from
do
time
too?
to after
Guilty.
especially after I talk to somebody who's in government, and I'm like, I wonder how much.
You're terrible at your job.
Do they
How much
earn?
are we paying you to be
So
terrible
let's
at
talk
your
about
job?
more specifics with this New York law. And we're going to take phone calls in just a moment too, Dave. I know you're excited about this, to hear from our listeners what they think about pay transparency. Dave loves it that New York now is requiring that employers who are posting job positions have to put in the job posting how much the position pays. So you might be wondering, well, does that impact me if I'm currently a radio talk show host, for example, in Salt Lake City, Utah, and I want to apply remotely to work from home, but I'm going to work for a company in New York? Does that apply to me because I'm out of state? I'm an out-of-state resident. Why, yes, it does. It does apply. It has to be listed on the posting, and they have to, even if you're going to be a remote worker who is not subjected in general to New York laws, the company in New York has to comply with the pay transparency law.
Okay, one of the reasons I think this is so important is because I had an experience once, years and years ago. I was looking around because I read a lot of spy books, like CIA spy books. I
Okay.
love it. So I found a job at the CIA that was perfect for me. I was so overly qualified for this job. It was spectacular. I was so excited about it. And I looked at the pay, and they listed, this is the range. And I thought, with my experience, I would certainly be on the high end of what they were offering. That looked like a great number. So I started looking at it, and I thought, oh, I would love to work for the CIA. This would be amazing. I'd be a great spy. And then I looked at how much it costs to live in Virginia, Langley. I looked at how much it costs. It's like one of the most expensive places in the world. It's so expensive. So that 6-figure salary that I was looking at was like $50,000 here in Utah. It was so different. But because I was able to look at that number, I was able to make a decision very early on that it's not as good a pay increase as I was looking for.
So if you did take a job in New York, let's say you went to work for some spy company in New York.
That would be amazing.
No. And you were
CIA New York.
Yeah, right. Well, just a company that I don't know is like totally up your avenue, Dave,
yeah.
in New York, and you've worked there for 5 years. And there was an internal posting for a job promotion. They have to actually, under New York law, now tell internal, like employees on internal job postings, what that pay is. So you see where I'm going with this? So eventually, this is going to open up a whole can of worms. We're going to have to, at least in New York, where this is the state law, where everybody's going to have to know everybody's pay. So let's say I'm the one who left the job and you want to take my job. Well, now you and everybody else who wants to apply for my job internally knows kind of what they were. I mean, it wouldn't say my name next to it. You know what I mean? But it would indicate how much I was earning in that position. And if I got promoted from within to another, a higher job in that company, then everybody would be chit-chatting at the cubicles about how much I was earning, or how maybe they thought I wasn't, I hadn't done myself any favors and negotiated a horrible deal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult because pay transparency or not letting anyone know what anyone else is making only benefits the boss. Because if you're working in the dark, you don't know if you're being underpaid. The whole job of the management, so to speak, is to get you to accept the job with the smallest salary possible. Like that's the very thing they're going for. They're not looking to pay you top of the market. They're trying to get you to work and do this job as cheaply as you're willing to say yes.
We should look, before we start taking phone calls, we should look up job postings online, because this law also applies to third-party postings. So job ads that you find on Indeed, or whatever website is your website of choice, maybe even LinkedIn, it should be posted. And it says third parties must include the required pay range. So, all right. So we're going to look that up and see if they're actually already complying with that law. It took effect yesterday, so maybe you could look up a private sector job in New York, Dave, while I ask our listeners to weigh in. And do you think pay? So the bottom line for you is pay transparency is a thumbs up.
Sure.
Oh my goodness. That's
okay. I don't like it. Again, I don't like outing you unless you want everyone to know your salary. I don't think it's fair.
Well, that's what this would do, essentially. I mean,
yeah,
in a roundabout way.
In a roundabout way. The way initially I was like, yeah, I kind of like it, but you just described it in a way where now I'm not so sure I like it. Because I don't think that you should have, everyone should know how much you make, or everyone should know how much I make, unless I want to tell people. Like if it's you and I and we're discussing salaries and it's just amongst friends, we know we're going to keep it kind of in between ourselves. I don't think there's anything wrong with discussing salaries, and I think that's a great thing. But the way you described it, where everyone would kind of eventually know exactly what everyone is making, I see a problem with that. And I think it would build up some resentment.
I love the idea of pay transparency. And in fact,
now you're team transparency?
I am. The minute you said the sky is blue, I'm like, no, it's not. It's green. I love pay transparency. I do think eventually employers will learn to love it too. I'm going to tell you why in about 3 minutes. Why employers will learn to love the idea and the law being forced to be transparent with their employees' pay. Taking your live phone calls, 801-575-TALK, 801-575-TALK. Have we gotten to a point in this country where people's salaries, whether you work for the government or the private sector, should be public information? Your live phone calls, 801-575-TALK, in 3 minutes.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Hi, it's Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
Why should you start your day with us?
We have decades of news experience between us.
And we take your trust seriously.
Come here for news tomorrow, 5 to 9.
On KSL.
This autumn, fall for the KSL hosts who share this community with you and report on Utah's most important stories. Depend on Tim and Amanda. Mornings from 5 to 9. Listen to Dave and Dujanovic at 9, Boyd Matheson at 1, and Jeff Kaplan on the ride home from 3 to 7. We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
If you've ever wondered what you can do for a family member or a loved one that is struggling with addiction, Renaissance Ranch wants to help you out because they know that family support is so essential to getting to helping those loved ones get clean. The research has shown this, that it's a much better chance of a positive outcome when the loved ones are involved and you have that support, that familial support. Renaissance Ranch offers free family support services. They do it through weekly online classes. It's open to the public. You can attend as many of these classes as you wish. And again, this is free. They want to get you involved and be armed with the knowledge of how much to support and help that loved one that is struggling with addiction. All you have to do is go to renaissanceranch.com. That's the website. Those free online classes are open to the public. It's a faith-based and clinically proven program that Renaissance Ranch has been running for more than 20 years. They were named Utah's best in state substance abuse and mental health treatment provider. And if you want to know how you can help your loved one, just go to renaissanceranch.com to find out more about those free online classes. It's renaissanceranch.com.
As the weather turns colder, this is when you need to get those new windows. So call Advanced Window Products. They'll replace your single-pane, rickety old windows with stylish, state-of-the-art double-pane windows with precision frames. You pick the style and color. They're custom-made right here in Salt Lake City. This company is so Utah. It's run by two guys who grew up here, Jake Weber and Utes defensive star Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sacktown with 7 NFL seasons under his belt. Great guys, great company, building high-quality windows for 37 years. Unlike other companies, they build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. No middleman. There's Jake, Nate, and their team, and there's you. Saving on the highest quality windows. Right now, before winter, get $2,000 off 10 windows or more, and they offer 60 months, 0% financing. So call Advanced Window Products now. You could have stylish new windows in 8 weeks. 801-850-9100. 801-850-9100 or visit AdvancedWindowsUSA.com.
Are you finally ready to lose weight for life? Get your consultation today at Revive Men's Health here in Salt Lake City to assess your health and discuss if their safe and effective weight loss treatment with semaglutide or tirzepatide are a good fit for you. They offer prescription weight loss support with pricing up to 60% less than the name brand medications. Book today. Call 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
If you're talking, they will hear you.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy. So we show them how. And we tell them with honest conversations that let them know what we expect. Not just one time, but every chance we get. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. Kids not only need to know the dangers and how to avoid them, they need to hear it often from you. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be taken without a prescription and never shared with friends or family. It's dangerous and illegal. So talk with your kids and guide them through the challenges of growing up safe and healthy. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
So talk back here. You can do it if you try.
All of us can make small changes that can make a big difference in our lives. I'm Maria Shilaos, and I host a podcast called Let's Get Moving, where I have meaningful conversations with experts on fitness, mental health, nutrition, and more. If you want to see what we've covered so far and stay updated on our future episodes, then follow the podcast on Instagram and Facebook. And make sure to subscribe wherever you listen to your podcasts. Just look up Let's Get Moving with Maria.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dale Spalding. First, the Orem Police Department has a new 4-legged employee, a fox red Labrador named Hoku, will be the department's new therapy dog trained to help victims through tough situations. Second, the Salt Lake City School District is going to spend $24 million more than expected as they rebuild their headquarters to be earthquake safe. Third, a judge has ruled it's up to Morgan County residents whether to keep a ski and golf community for the ultra-rich. Right now it's 73 and cloudy in Salt Lake City. Back to Dave and Dejanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dejanovic.
This is not a Utah law that we're talking about, but should it be? 801-575-TALK is the number to call. We're talking about a new law that took effect yesterday in the state of New York. Employers are required to post how much a job pays when they post the position for applicants. It's called pay transparency. And I can't help but think in this nation, at the point we're at right now, with a lot of government salaries being posted online, government workers have their salaries posted online. Is it time that we just say, okay, we're just going to pull back the curtain? Everybody's pay should be disclosed. I actually think this could be a benefit to employers, and I'm going to tell you why in just a moment.
We have this culture of keeping salaries super quiet. We keep them as confidential as we do some of our PIN numbers. In fact, we probably give out our Netflix password more easily than we do our salary information. And I do scratch my head a little bit, like, why? Why have we created this culture where nobody talks about how much you're making?
Do you tell your kids?
I tell my kids. Yeah, 100%. I talk to them when I'm in contract negotiations. I just let them know, this is what it looks like in the real world. But I'll tell you this: my 2 best friends, I don't know what they make. My 2 best friends.
What do you suspect they make?
I don't know. I bet within I bet I couldn't guess within $20,000.
801-575-TALK. We're going to take your live phone calls in the next 8 minutes on what you think of this idea of pay transparency. Have we reached a point where we're all adults here? We're all adults. No more secrets. Let's just get rid of the secret, the mystery, and everybody just knows how much everybody is earning.
There's a few benefits to this. Complete and total transparency. I get a little squeamish. I don't know how much I would love the idea of everyone knowing exactly how much I make, whether it's too high or too low. Whatever your opinion is, I don't know if I necessarily want that to deal with that. But that being said, I think I would understand my value better if I knew what everyone else around me was making.
You would realize you've been undercutting yourself, that you're worth more than what you've settled on.
Yeah, or maybe I'm the top paid in my profession, and then maybe I'm not as greedy. Maybe I realize, I'm
lucky.
I'm pretty lucky.
I'm pretty lucky. Yeah.
So whatever it is, I think that transparency could be extremely valuable.
I think not knowing creates a culture of anxiety in a workplace. So you don't know if you are measuring up when it comes to your salary to the coworkers who may be doing a lot less than you are, but they're earning more.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this would ultimately be better for employers if they were forced under the law to just tell people how much that position pays. Not this big swathy range of, pays anywhere between $30,000 and $80,000 a year. I mean, that's a huge difference. But be specific. I'll tell you why. I had an experience many decades ago, where somebody came into the workplace earning more, and I'd been there for a couple of years. And let me tell you, if you're an employer and you think you're being sneaky and people don't know how much the other people are making, they find out. They find out. People are resourceful, right? I mean, they gossip at the water cooler. Whatever. Somebody accidentally leaves a pay stub. We don't do that anymore, but leaves a pay stub and you can't help but see it because it's glaring in your face. People find out. And when they find out, they rage quit. And so now you're like, oh, who cares if that person? No, now you have a position to fill and you've just lost somebody with a ton of experience, and they rage quit because it's usually a significant, in my view, it's been a significant amount of money. All you have to do is call me into the office, sit down and have a conversation with me, tell me why you're paying that person more, and allow me to make some decisions or open the door for new negotiations. That's it. But what ends up happening is it's messy for everybody, and jealousy creates a firestorm of rage quitting.
Randy in North Ogden, what do you think, Randy? Do you like the idea of pay transparency?
I do not like the idea.
Okay, why not?
I believe that wage transparency will create mediocrity in the workforce, because everybody doing a certain job will be given the same amount of money, even if the other people have more experience and do the job better.
Yeah, and I definitely see that being a possibility, and I could see, because we've seen that a little bit. You're taking away a lot of the discretion of managers to say, you know what, this person is doing a little extra, so I'm going to reward them with a little extra. And anytime you flatten that out, because you don't want to have those difficult conversations, where you don't want two employees to come in and you have to say, sorry, Debbie is better at her job than you are, Dave. That's an awkward conversation for a boss to have, but it's a necessary conversation to have if we're being totally honest. And I think a lot of companies will just say exactly what Randy did. It's like, all right, this job just pays X. I'm not going to value.
So you think it would work against the employee in the end?
If you're a high-performing employee, yes, I do.
Dave and I talking about the pay transparency law that took effect in New York, wondering if it's time that private pay be made public so that job seekers and internal employees can figure out what the person sitting next to them earns. In Utah, we do this to some extent where we make government employees' salaries public. And Dave just Googled the website.
The top earning employee.
What's the name of the website?
Transparent.utah.gov.
Okay, what'd you find?
This shouldn't surprise anybody, but I want to get your reaction. The top paid employee is obviously a football coach.
Yeah.
This is every state in America is the top paid employee. So
and
Kyle
he's a coach
Whittingham
at the University of Utah.
Yeah. He's making $5,831,000.
Wow. Yeah.
What's your reaction?
It's a lot of money, Kyle.
It's a chunk of money.
It's a lot of money.
And that doesn't even count the endorsement deals that he has on the side. That's just what the state pays him.
And okay, what's the next? What's the next?
Well, going back to 2022, he's not the basketball coach at the University of Utah any longer, but it was Larry Kryskowiak. He was making $3 million a year.
Wow.
So yeah, the top play, but then you start going down, and it moves from the third highest paid person at the University of Utah is a professor, an associate professor, a professor. Now these are all at the University of Utah Medical Center. These are doctors.
How much do they make?
Now you're curious. Now you're all in.
I'm always curious.
All right, I won't use a name, but a professor is making $1.6 million.
What? Wow.
Yeah. That's just in wages. If you include benefits as well, it goes up to almost $1.75 million.
So I think this is valuable. I want to know how much these folks are making. Right? They're state government employees. They get paid for with taxpayer money, but private industry doesn't. Well, I mean, some private industry takes government grants, so maybe there is some taxpayer money involved. But what else you got there, Dave? I'll stop talking now.
How many professors are making over $1 million? I've got a list of the top 20, and either you're a coach or you're a professor. Oh, CEO of the University of Utah, $1.1 million.
Oh my goodness!
Wages.
So is that valuable to know that?
Absolutely.
Because it goes right down to people who are making, a lot less than that.
Oh, I think my wife's on this website too.
Is she? How
much
is she making?
I don't know. I don't have. I don't know. She's a part-time worker at a school district, right? So
I'm going to look that
not
up.
That much.
Straight ahead, Dave and I are going to talk about an opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal talking about school closures and student health. It says that the damage goes far beyond learning loss, even 3 years later. That's next.
It's 10:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dale Spalding. KSL's top story this hour, UTA and its transportation partners are teaming up for Rail Safety Week. KSL News Radio's Eric Cabrera has the details.
UTA is calling this year's Rail Safety Week Utah Operation Lifesaver, with daily activities promoting safety around railroad crossings. The Department of Transportation say more than 5,800 accidents occur near crossings, resulting in 600 deaths annually. The goal is to educate pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers about safe and unsafe behavior and ultimately to save lives. You can find the Rail Safety Week agenda at rideuta.com. Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
A ski and golf community designed for the ultra-rich has lost a lawsuit over whether Morgan County residents could issue a referendum about the resort's construction. KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston has more.
It's the latest challenge to super luxury resort Wasatch Peaks Ranch, which has pushed for a rezone of thousands of acres of land to develop ski, golf, residential, and retail areas. According to the Salt Lake Tribune, 2nd District Judge Noel Hyde says the resort waged an aggressive campaign to prove 5 Morgan County residents didn't meet the deadline for a referendum request, which they knew was not true. Hyde also criticized Wasatch Peaks for suing the county clerk, which he says was an attempt to intimidate that clerk to reject the referendum application. The resort's legal team says they disagree with this ruling and they've already filed an appeal. It will now go to the Utah Supreme Court. Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
Your money at this moment, the Dow is up 105 points and the NASDAQ is up 42 points. Coming up, highs in the 80s for the first few days of the week. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 10:32.
Early mornings can be hard enough, just getting yourself going.
We try to make it a little easier with news and weather from comfortable, trusted anchors and reporters.
Join us on Utah's Morning News between 5 and 9
on KSL News Radio.
Debbie asked me this week what I did this weekend. And I said, well, you know what? Had an anniversary. That was great. How did you celebrate it? We went car shopping.
Good.
We were looking for cars, but we were looking specifically at electric vehicles. And one of the things that I had to figure out is how much it was going to cost me to get an EV charging station in my garage. And they told me what the price was. And I'm like, yeah, you guys definitely aren't doing it. I'm going to call my boys at Master Electrical.
You have to call Master Electrical, and they're going to give you that upfront pricing guarantee. They're going to come to your home, Dave. They're going to assess it, and they're going to give you that quote. And the quote that they give you, the price they give you upfront, is the price that you're going to pay after the install and the job is done.
Well, and part of the reason I would definitely go with Master Electrical is because you need a 220 line to charge your. I have one that is like right outside of my garage. It is super easy access, and I want them to be able to not just give me a flat price, like this is what it costs, to see, Dave's job is going to be pretty easy, and then I can determine, I'm like, okay, this is how much it's going to cost.
So here's the number you're going to call. You're going to call Master Electrical at 801-543-2222, 801-543-2222. And you're saying, well, I'm not in the market to buy a new electric vehicle. Don't worry. Master Electrical's got you covered from ceiling fans to new ceiling lights. If you need your smoke detectors installed, they do everything electrical for you.
Yeah, 801-543-2222, or check them out online at masterelectrical.com.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too.
Al-Anon
Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News. We're committed to letting you know exactly what's going on. On our show, we're going to bring you up to speed on what's happening in the world to this moment. At the same time, the news can be really burdensome. It can leave you feeling a little bit depressed and even a little bit more depressed. My Minute of News is just a moment to lift you up. I'm blessed that KSL has given me the freedom to talk about whatever I want. Literally, it is my minute of news. Sometimes it's pegged to what's happening that very day. Sometimes it might be something bizarre that you didn't know happening somewhere else in the world. To make you smile for a moment, even on a difficult day, and make you realize the world is still spinning. I am so honored that so many people have appreciated and enjoy the Minute of News every afternoon.
Ride Home with Jeff Kaplan, weekdays 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Heather Kelly.
Well, we're accident-free right now all across the Wasatch Front and the Wasatch back, and everybody's pretty much traveling at freeway speeds if you're on I-15, the east or west side belt routes, or I-80. But the only thing that could slow you down is some construction, like on Foothill Drive, also 3300 south heading westbound toward I-15, and on Legacy Parkway. How do you know if you're getting the best deal on employee benefits? You don't unless you get a free quote from every insurance company every year. Visit shopmyplan.com to get free quotes. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather today's high is 85 degrees, mostly cloudy, dropping to 64 degrees tonight. Expect some rain Thursday and Friday with temps dropping to as low as 60 degrees for the high on Friday. Right now it's 76 and mostly cloudy. I'm Dale Spalding, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Let's talk about this opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal. It says, school closures and student health. The damage goes far beyond learning loss even 3 years later. This is something we did in Utah. We shut down schools in March of 2020. We slammed the doors. We all went home and hung out in the backyard. That happened at the beginning of the COVID outbreak, and it went on for a little while.
Yeah. Then we obviously had the summer of lockdown misery. That's how I remember it. I'll never forgive that summer. That was the worst. And then when school started up, it was a mess. Salt Lake School District, they stayed closed. They were completely online learning. Davis School District did this weird hybrid schedule where my kids could go to school Monday and Wednesday. They were off Tuesday and Thursday, and then Fridays were just right out. We didn't even bother statewide with Fridays. Other school districts opened up, completely. And, you had to wear masks. And then those decisions, the many different decisions they made, not just about the masks, but that made a lot of parents angry. And then they would show up to school board meetings and protest.
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
I'll second. We have a motion to adjourn.
And I think in retrospect, when I look back on those parents that were showing up to the board meetings and they were protesting, trying to get schools reopened, trying to get masks off their kids' faces, I think we owe them an apology, first of all, and a thank you, second of all.
What? Why?
Yeah, I think,
an apology. Time out. For doing this? At a school board meeting?
Yeah.
We're sorry.
Yeah.
Why? Explain.
I think they were right all along. They said that the school closures would hurt kids academically. Yes, Absolutely. That is proven to be the case unequivocally. I don't think there's any question about that. So school closures hurt kids academically. They also said it would hurt kids' mental health. No question. We've done a lot of stories on how depression and anxiety skyrocketed afterwards. There's been behavior and social problems. But I think these parents, the ones that were showing up and kind of being belligerent at school board meetings, they took a beating. They took a beating on news shows, on social media. I remember seeing this like, can you believe they would do that? That is so embarrassing. Well, we're starting to see now the impacts of what all these school closures did, and it hurt kids.
Well, it was an inconvenience. It was an inconvenience. And people were freaking out about the inconvenience. But there are far worse things that our kids are going to have to face in life besides going home and being at home with mom and dad and dealing with a year or 6 months out of school.
I think it was more than an inconvenience, and I think the data has proven that to be the case.
How about we just keep dwelling on how horrible this was? So our kids spend the rest of their life reflecting on their failures and blaming it on the fact that they were sent home for a few months during a pandemic. And I also want to point out, it's easy to armchair quarterback now, but in the moment, not one of us knew what COVID was ultimately capable of doing. And let's remember, millions of people got sick from it. Many, many, many people lost their lives when they were hit with COVID. We were running out of ventilators to put people on. So the more we clamored together in places and passed the disease from person to person, the more likely it was we were going to need more ventilators. So all of that conveniently gets dismissed 3 years later. We fail to remember what it was like in the moment, and it was an inconvenience. I get it. I understand. My daughter, who was in college at the time, was also sent home, and she couldn't go to lab classes. Okay? She's got a degree in chemistry, a minor in chemistry, and a major in biology now. But she didn't go to lab classes for that year. It was very inconvenient for her. She wants to go on and be a doctor. Well, she's making up for that by being involved in a major research project up at the University of Utah as a volunteer. So according to the Wall Street Journal, and this is an opinion piece there, 8 in 10 public schools reported stunted behavioral and social emotional development in students. Half of schools reported an increase in threats of physical attacks among students. I would imagine that's because kids are getting back together now and they're frustrated. They're taking out their frustrations on each other.
Yeah, and it was it was compared beforehand, before the school closures. So they were seeing an increase on that. Now, Utah was ahead of the game nationally. We mostly opened up across the state after 3 months of closures, except in the Salt Lake School District. I think they ended up being closed probably closer to 7 months, I think, total. Didn't they open up around January or February? Around the same time that we were opening up schools in Utah, you might remember this, President Trump's Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos, pleaded with schools to open up in-person learning.
There's nothing in the data that suggests that kids being in school is in any way dangerous. We know that kids from vulnerable populations and homes have been suffering by not being in school and by not continuing their learning.
But we do know that across the nation, some schools were closed for about a year and a half.
Yeah. And you said you described it as an inconvenience here in Utah. Mm-hmm. Would you have felt the same way if we'd been shut down for 18 months, like many other states across the country?
Yeah, I probably, after about a year, and as I saw other schools reopening across the country, I probably would have become more concerned about why my school district was staying closed. But yeah, I mean, I think I was reading in that Wall Street Journal article that the grades now, the results now, are for ACT scores are down.
Yeah.
Like the last year's results are down. And it's the lowest since 1991. But I was looking at that, and that's an argument that was being used for, we should have opened schools earlier. It's because now ACT scores are as bad as they were in 1991. Well, first of all, I don't know what in the world happened in 1991. But those graduates, the class of 91, most of them are doing just fine.
Those Gen Xers?
I feel like that is more of an example of whatever was happening in 1991, that a whole bunch of people did not so great on their ACT scores, the exam that was used at the time for, college entrance, are basically at the same point right now that the kids who are graduating who went through the COVID school closures, they're testing at the same level. So those 91 grads are doing just fine. I mean, it's 30 years later? They're doing fine. That's why I'm talking about the inconvenience. We want to, as parents, scream and shout and go to school board meetings and make a ruckus and to make demands as though this is the worst thing in the world that's ever going to happen to our kids. Look at your own life. They're going to go through a lot more heartache and setbacks and inconveniences than this. So I think the more we dwell on this, Dave, the more our kids are going to be like, yeah, you know what? I'm blaming all my problems on 2020.
Yeah, no excuses. I love the pull yourself up by the bootstrap mentality. I absolutely agree with you. But I also think it's crucial when we make decisions and there are direct results because of those decisions that we don't just ignore them because we're like, you know what? There's other bad things that happen in our lives, so we're going to ignore these results. There's a direct correlation between school closures and student behavior problems, truancy issues, and we need to be able to talk about them honestly so that we don't repeat those same bad decisions.
And in fact, in that Wall Street Journal article, they talked about truancy specifically, and that is a big problem. 16 million students chronically absent. And is that post-COVID? Post-COVID, chronically absent. So maybe they're absent because they're feeling overwhelmed and that they're falling behind. Let's ask the Granite School District what they're doing about it in schools to catch kids up.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Before Dave and Debbie get started each day, this station is all news all morning.
And later today, we follow up on those stories as you drive home.
Get important news all morning and all afternoon.
Here on KSL News Radio.
Introducing Yes Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. We're bringing all of Utah's favorite HVAC, plumbing, and electrical brands under one roof. Call the pros at Yes and take $50 off any heating, cooling, plumbing, or electrical system repair over $200. Get fast relief and $50 off any repair from Yes Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. The same great people providing the same great service that Utah has counted on for more than 45 years. Visit theyesmancan.com to schedule your appointment.
MVP's bonus days are back at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools and get 5 times the bonus points. Plus, right now, buy a DeWalt Power Stack battery kit and get a select DeWalt Bear tool free, up to a $249 value. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid 9/18 through 9/29. Subject to change. DeWalt offer valid through 10/11.
Zero Res, no residue carpet cleaning and more. The service is top notch. The cleaning is amazing. And here's a price you're going to love too. Schedule today and you'll pay just $25 per room clean. Other companies say they clean as good as Zero Res, but honestly, it's just not the same. Zero Res has patented technology to ensure you get the best cleaning possible. And yes, those patents mean that no one else is cleaning like this. Carpets, air ducts, tile, furniture, and more. Your whole home can be fresher with a call to Zero Res. Today and tomorrow only. They're cleaning the Wasatch Front for just $25 per room. Minimums and restrictions apply, but there are no maximums. Clean 5 rooms, 6 rooms, clean the whole house. Just $25 per room. You don't have to clean today, but you do have to get on the schedule. $25 per room for carpets. And call for special pricing on air duct cleanings too. For more info, restrictions, and to schedule, you got it, ZeroRes.com.
Advanced Window Products. Affordable windows from their factory to your front door in 8 weeks. Guaranteed. 801-850-9100 or AdvancedWindowsUSA.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, investigative journalist and host of the podcast Cold. In October of 1985, a woman named Cherie Warren left work at a busy Salt Lake City office
to meet her estranged husband at a downtown auto dealership.
She never made it home. Cherie's car surfaced weeks later in Las Vegas.
In the parking lot of a hotel casino.
No one knows how it got there.
Strange. It was strange.
Both Cherie's estranged husband and her boyfriend raised suspicion for investigators.
I kind of thought that he might have done something.
But no arrests were ever made. In Cold Season 3, we dig into double lives, make new connections in the case, and examine the difficulty raised by reasonable doubt.
We want answers just as much as anyone else.
They have creeps like that now too, so nothing's changed.
That's the new Cold Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Now available anywhere you get your podcasts.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dale Spalding. First, the federal government is looking to recapture billions of dollars after a mistake that incorrectly sent out Social Security money. Second, Tooele police are investigating a fatal crash involving a pedestrian this morning, which is just the latest in an alarming trend of similar accidents around the Wasatch Front. Third, UTA and its transportation partners are teaming up for Rail Safety Week. Right now, it's 75 and mostly cloudy in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
David Dujanovic.
We're talking about this opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal. It's entitled School Closures and Student Health. The damage goes far beyond learning loss, even 3 years later. Dave found this in the journal and felt like we should talk about it, and I totally agree. But one of the stats in here, Dave, that really caught my attention, and I'm sure it did you too, is truancy. 16 million students chronically absent last year, 18 days or more of school missed, which is twice as many as previous years.
Yeah, that's 10% of the school year. They consider that chronically absent. And they found out that students in schools that were closed the longest were more likely to disengage, drop out, or stop attending altogether.
Now, you had said previously that you felt that parents who went and shouted at school board meetings, and we all know what the shout sounds like.
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
In fact, this is a meeting from the Granite District. We're going to speak to the Granite District in a moment. You felt they deserved an apology.
Yeah, an apology and quite honestly, a thank you. Because I think you brought up a good point. Early on in the pandemic, we didn't know what in the world was going on. We shut things down as we were learning more about COVID. But once we started learning more about COVID and really how children were not being affected very much, they were not getting very sick and they weren't dying from it. When we started learning these things, I think the pressure from these parents that were showing up and causing a little bit of a ruckus, I think it put pressure on school districts to open up and reopen. And we did. There were many schools across the country that were shut down for 18 months. We were shut down for 3 in many school districts, in the majority of school districts. And then what we see is Utah's learning loss was a fraction of what it was across the nation. And I attribute that, and I think the data shows that it's because we reopened to in-person learning. And that's a good thing to know. We should know this, that students do better when they're in person, in class.
Ben Horsley of the Granite School District, do you agree with Dave that these parents who showed up in protest deserve an apology?
No, I don't. Those weren't parents, by the way, and 11 of them were invariably charged, and a few of them fled out their agreements. That was regards to the mask mandate initiated by the state and had nothing to do with in-person learning. Granite School District was one of many school districts in the state of Utah that went back in the fall of 2020, despite protests from many individuals. This huge increase in absenteeism was many of those students who continued with online being provided the option to come back in person ever returned. And so I would agree with the report from the Wall Street Journal that we continue to see upwards of 30% chronic absenteeism, and many of these kids were kids that tried to do online learning even though we were providing in-person.
And I wanted to be very clear, Ben, and I was using that sound and not to speak specifically to Granite School District, but in general, there was certainly pressure. There was pressure across the state, and it wasn't just happening in Granite School District, it was happening in school board meetings all across the state, but there was a pressure to get back to school. Let's hit rewind a little bit, since you've been with Granite School District for so long. What can you tell us before the school closures? What were the conversations happening behind the scenes? Some of the benefits of shutting down, and then the fears of shutting down back in 2020.
I think to some degree, because it was so unknown. I mean, March 13 of 2020 is a day that, frankly, will live and be etched in my mind forever, because that was the day it was a Friday afternoon. We had to transition immediately to online education. And frankly, while the vast majority of our teachers and our schools did a tremendous job on such short notice of putting together an online education system, a lot of our kids struggled in that modality. And we knew that. We could see the data as we went through the summer of 2020. We had protests from many of our teachers, frankly, who are frightened about going back to the classroom space. And we were trying to find ways to do that and safe. There were a lot of conversations about glass acrylic dividers so that we could create safe spaces, ventilation, and a number of those other things. Invariably, as the fall wound through, it proved to be a huge benefit, and the numbers they were expected. The decision and it was a tough decision by our Board of Education to proceed with in person that fall, and I'm glad that we did it.
So Ben, and I think your conversation a few moments ago might have broken up. At least it broke up in my headset here. We were talking about the truancy problem in the Granite District specifically. We know that 16 million kids nationwide were chronically absent last year. But what does the percentage look like in the Granite District, and what is the district doing about, or can you do anything about that?
Well, prior to COVID, there was a thing called juvenile justice reform, and what it did is many wonderful things, but one of the factors that it did was it made it a non-referable offense to court if you were truant. And what that means is police don't pull over kids if they are not in school anymore. It's not a crime to be truant, in other words. And if kids are not on school property and they're truant, we don't have administrative capability to go out and track down kids off of school property, if that makes sense. So what we've seen since COVID is a number of those kids who did online education, didn't engage at all, and now they're trying to be back in the education system, and they're still chronically absent, upwards of 25 to 30%. And that's not just in Granite, that's across the entire state. Truancy rates are through the roof. So it's a kind of a combined perfect storm of juvenile justice reform and then also COVID.
So what is, I guess, I hadn't really tied these two together, but you explained it perfectly. So what is the administration able to do other than make phone calls and send out emails to the parents?
Well, we're working on some legislation. There's been some great reforms made, HB 304 from Representative Lisabee, and in conjunction with the juvenile justice system. Some good partners as we look at some of the numbers and the data, trying to make that, in fact, a referable offense again. If we do, in fact, provide an intervention to those kids and they don't take advantage of that, then at some point they do need to be able to be referred back to court. There needs to be some sort of incentive for parents to compel their students to go to school and participate. But at the same time, we do need to be providing better interventions and support. And there's some monies and some other things, programs have been put in place that will hopefully help us move the needle in terms of attendance across the board and across the state.
And just to clarify, Ben, in about 10 seconds, how many absences are considered acceptable in a school
usually
year?
less than, a handful a year. Really 10% is excessive.
And what's the worst case scenario that you've seen there? Do you happen to have that off the top of your head?
In terms of just chronic?
Chronic absences.
We had a school that was upwards of 35% chronic absentee students. You just can't move the needle in terms of education when a third of your population isn't showing up regularly.
Ben Horsley with the Granite School District. Thank you.
And schools are open.
Yeah.
Schools have been open for quite some time now. And yet there's, in one school alone, 30-35% of the kids who just are not showing up.
Yeah, and there's
the
more to
storyline.
it than just the COVID closures. He's very clear about that, but it certainly has been exacerbated since the school closures.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen at home on any smart speaker and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 11 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dale Spalding. KSL's top story this hour, lawmakers are working on legislation that seeks to make future school district splits a little smoother. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has more.
Utah Senator Keith Grover is drafting a bill that will hopefully limit some of the heated conversations that come with the proposed split, like what we saw when Orem was considering splitting from the Alpine School District last fall. The bill seeks to do two things. One, it would have an outside entity do the feasibility study, not the city or district considering splitting. And two, it requires a study to be done once a district's enrollment reaches a certain number.
At what point should we say this district is pretty big? What does big mean?
Senator Grover says that number will be decided in an upcoming debate, but regardless, he says one thing will not change.
This takes nothing away from the voters to decide, hey, we want to form our own district or not.
The bill is now open to public comment before it's presented in the next legislative session. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A ski and golf community designed for the ultra-rich has lost a lawsuit over whether Morgan County residents could issue a referendum about the resort's construction.
The name of the park is Wasatch Peaks Ranch, and to ski there costs $500,000. The Salt Lake Tribune reports that Morgan County Council members voted almost unanimously 4 years ago to allow a zoning change that would make way for the park, and 5 Morgan County residents were turned away when they asked for a referendum on this issue. The lawsuit was brought by these 5, and they say the request met all the requirements. The judge agreed and says representatives for Wasatch Peak Ranch had engaged in what he calls an aggressive campaign to prevent that referendum request from being considered.
The resort's legal team has already filed an appeal, and its next stop is the Utah Supreme Court. Your money at this moment, the Dow is up 100 points and NASDAQ is up 32 points. Coming up, a gorgeous day. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 11:01.
What do you need to hear in the morning to feel ready for the day?
Important news that happened overnight, the traffic you'll hit on the roads.
You'll be ready for your day with us.
Join Utah's Morning News 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
They say you slow down as you get older, and it's true. But taking life a little slower here at Summit Vista has been incredibly rewarding. At my age, I know what I like, and it's all here. They call this a life plan community, and I'm liking the concept. I've always been a practical person, and now it's time to treat myself. At Summit Vista, I have a beautiful apartment. It's spacious and contemporary. It feels like me. I have all the independence I want, no more maintenance headaches, no more days spent cleaning. I eat delicious meals with my friends. The staff here feels like family. The socializing and amenities are endless. Frankly, anyone who says luxury living is overrated hasn't been to Summit Vista. I've rebooted my life, and I'm revisiting my younger self with the wisdom of an older woman. And I gotta tell you, feels pretty cool.
Experience retirement living at the top. Visit summitvista.com today.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. Oh, thank you. What does it say? Beware, if you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of hospitalization from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Imagine how inconvenient your life would be without power. No lights, no refrigeration, no heating or cooling, and no electronics. But with a Generac home standby generator, you'll have the power when you need it most. Generac generators automatically provide backup after sensing a power outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Schedule a free quote today with Genco Generators, your premier Generac service dealer in Utah. Call 801-295-0872 or online at gencogenerators.net.
Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today and they're on their way. Financing available. Save now, pay later. 801-850-9100 or advancedwindowsusa.com.
Listen to the greatest classical hits from the 1700s to today. The Utah Symphony's Masterworks concerts offer elegant and entertaining evenings at Marisa Brovnal Hall in the heart of Salt Lake City, featuring timeless masterpieces by Beethoven, Dvorak, and Mozart, and even world premieres from modern composers. Tickets start as low as $21. Get yours at utahsymphony.org. This is the year to go see Utah Symphony and Utah Opera. The lineup is stacked. With beloved classical masterworks like Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, the tragic love story La Bohème, favorite movies like Disney's Frozen, and an unforgettable evening with Broadway star Audra McDonald, there is so much to love. Tickets start as low as $21, so secure great seats for extraordinary live music experiences now at usuo.org.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Ricky Meese.
We do have an accident southbound I-15, about 1500 south. So before the I-80-201 junction is partially blocking a right lane of traffic, causing a little bit of backup in the area. Then we have an accident westbound I-80 at the top of the 7th East on-ramp to the right. Autumn's in the air, the time when ghouls and boys should visit. This is the place. Little Haunts, the not-so-scary adventure with witches, storytelling, creepy crawly encounters, ponies, crafts, and more. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, 85 degrees today. Beautiful weather. Tomorrow we'll have some clouds in the area and a few scattered showers in the mountains. From there, we've got some storms moving in Thursday through Friday. Right now, it's mostly cloudy and 76. I'm Dale Spalding. KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic.
I'll just give away the purpose of this discussion right now. Should President Biden replace Kamala Harris as his running mate? Because right now the ticket is Biden-Harris. And when President Biden formally announced he's seeking a second term as for president, his launch video was very clear. It would be with Vice President Kamala Harris. But there's been some chatter that she could be replaced.
In part because whenever this is brought up and they talk to other Democrats, Democrats are not glowing when they speak of the vice president. The problem is she's extremely unpopular. How unpopular? She has a favorability rating of 39%. That's lower than Donald Trump. Donald Trump has a 41% favorability rating. She is below Donald Trump.
I want to add fuel to your fire over there. I want to dig into those numbers just a little bit more. She has a 17% very favorable rating. She has a 21% somewhat favorable rating. So even that of that 39%, not everybody is like over the top. Woohoo! Her very unfavorable rating is 42%. And if you combine that with her somewhat unfavorable rating, she's now at 53%, either somewhat or very unfavorable. And then 9% of y'all just don't know. Like, I don't understand the don't knows. But, okay, 9% of you don't know. You need to go back and catch up on what she hasn't been doing since they took office. But look at that number, 53%, either somewhat or very unfavorable, Dave.
Now, part of this is just the job of vice president. A vice president's popularity, it looks like a slide. It starts at whatever number it is. But then it is a significant dip, and then it kind of levels out. And almost all of the vice presidents are more unpopular than when they first started.
And those favorability or unfavorable numbers come from, voters. or likely voters who are polled. But you brought up a point moments ago, and I want to elaborate on that more. It's within her own party. Some of the Democrats in her party have not been giving her what I would consider to be a ringing endorsement. Let's start with former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Here she is on Anderson Cooper.
Is Vice President Kamala Harris the best running mate for this president?
He thinks so, and that's what matters. And by the way,
Do you think so?
She's very politically astute. I don't think people give her enough credit. She's, of course, values-based, consistent with the president's values and the rest. And people don't understand, she's politically astute. Why would she be vice president if she were not? But when she was running for Attorney General in California, she had 6% in the polls. 6% in the polls. And she politically astutely made her case about why she would be good, did her politics, and became Attorney General. So people shouldn't underestimate what Kamala Harris brings to the table.
But do you think she is the best running mate, though?
She's the Vice President of the United States. So when people say to me, well, why isn't she doing this or that? I said, because she's the Vice President. That's the job description. You don't do that much. You're a source of strength, inspiration, intellectual resource, and the rest. I think she's represented our country very well at home and abroad.
Just say no, Nance. just say the quiet part out loud. Don't make us try to read through the lines. We didn't even have to read through the lines. Just say no, Nancy.
Wasn't that brutal? I mean, this is something you would expect from a Republican, perhaps. I don't know, but
she also referred to her as a cheerleader or something of that nature. I'm like, well, she's second in line.
You're vice president. I mean, the job is you don't do that much. That's what she said. That's what Nancy Pelosi said. You don't do that much. But when your greatest compliment is she's politically astute, like that's the big old backslap. Like, congratulations. You know what? You're politically astute.
Here's what Elizabeth Warren said. Senator Warren said, I really want to defer what makes Biden comfortable to his team or on his team. So what? I really want to defer to what makes Biden comfortable on his team.
Yeah, is she the right choice?
That's a word salad.
I would like to defer to what makes President Biden comfortable. Like that is not how you should be speaking to your party's second in charge, right? We're a heartbeat away from the presidency. And in President Biden's case, that might actually, happen, that he's not young.
I'm not going to help you with
It
completing that sentence.
Happen at any moment, right? But you are the vice president of the United States. You could become the president in a minute, just in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
But part of what I think has always bothered me about Kamala Harris, and in part because whenever she speaks, I feel like it's word gymnastics. It is word salad. Like she just says nonsense. Let me play. This was one of my favorite things. I don't even remember what she was talking about because all I heard was, we need to work together.
Which is why we will work together and continue to work together to address these issues, to tackle these challenges, and to work together as we continue to work operating from the new norms, rules, and agreements that we will convene to work together on to galvanize global action. With that, I thank you all. This is a matter of urgent priority for all of us, and I know we will work on this together.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. We got 6 of those. It was a 25-second soundbite, and she said work together 6 times.
She said nothing.
She said absolutely nothing, except apparently we need to work together.
I think part of the blowback that she's getting from her own within her own party is, I feel like the ball got dropped. She didn't even pick up the ball. She didn't even pick up the ball and run to the southern border to really deal with the immigration issue, the crisis that we've been facing in this country, and that those who are trying to immigrate into the country have been dealing with. Here's a snippet, and then I'll play the longer version of it. of a speech that she gave in Guatemala 2 years ago.
Do not come. Do not come. I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come. Do not come. The United States will continue to enforce our laws and secure our border. There are legal methods by which migration can and should occur.
Yeah, and they don't work.
But
they don't work. That's the central point of the problem, is that the legal methods we have in place aren't working. And therefore people will go the illegal route if they can, or coyotes will help them go the illegal route and load them in a truck and try to drive them over the border, or burrow them underneath the wall to get across the border. But to stand there in Guatemala and tell people just don't come, there are legal methods. Well, the world knows our legal methods don't work, and they haven't worked in years. I don't expect the Biden administration to take full blame for it. This has been a problem for a very, very long time. But that's just all the wrong. That's just a flat message that, again, says absolutely nothing.
So the question, we're asking is it time to replace the vice president, or
does he dare?
Is this the ticket? Is it Biden-Harris all day? This is the one you want to run with, or is it time to change up the vice president?
801-575-TALK. 801-575-TALK. I'm looking forward to hearing from our listeners and see what they. I feel like we kind of fell on the same side on this one, Dave. That may be a little unfair.
Who's the name, though? What's the name? Who would you rather see if it's not Kamala Harris and Biden? What is the other name?
I've got one for you. You're gonna like it. Next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Hey, stay right here for more of Dave and Dujanovic.
And tomorrow morning, come back here for news, traffic updates, and reliable weather.
Join us to have a listen. Tim and Amanda.
Your morning companions for news.
Jeff Kaplan.
His Minute of News is great. It's always entertaining.
I listen to Jeff Kaplan every day.
He gives you important news and traffic and the familiar voice that helps you enjoy the ride home.
I really like Jeff's Minute of News. He's calm and he's balanced.
I really enjoy driving home and just listening to what he's got to say.
Jeff Kaplan gets me home every day.
Join the community that relies on Jeff Kaplan. He has you covered. Afternoons from 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
In America, millions and millions of people have struggled or are currently struggling with addiction. Renaissance Ranch wants to help those families out. They want to help out the individual, the person that is struggling with addiction, but also the family that surrounds this individual, because they know as soon as you get the family involved, the research is out. The higher the chances of a positive outcome. When you have that support system, it is crucial, and those chances of recovery skyrocket. So if you're interested in learning more and you're not quite sure what to do with that loved one that is struggling with addiction, Renaissance Ranch offers free online classes. Every week they do this. You can go onto their website, renaissanceranch.com, and you can pull up these classes, and it shows you day-to-day what classes are available and see which one applies to you the most. There are classes that are taught from a spousal, parental, and personal perspective. They also offer a women's support group and a couples recovery group. Renaissance Ranch has been treating men for over 20 years with a faith-based and clinically proven program. All you have to do is learn more at renaissanceranch.com. You will find those free online classes that are open to the public. Learn more at renaissanceranch.com.
Got breaking news. Our KSL political reporter Lindsay Aerts in studio with us now. There's been an announcement up at the state capitol. And Lindsay, what do you know?
Yeah, it's a pretty big announcement. In fact, House Speaker Brad Wilson has announced that he's resigning as Speaker of the House. Now, interestingly, his statement here does not say why. We know that House Speaker Brad Wilson has formed an exploratory committee to possibly run for Senate, but this press release does not allude to that now. So it's still only fair for us to say that House Speaker Brad Wilson is exploring a run for Senate. But a big key here, stepping down as House Speaker really indicates that run is probably likely.
So is he resigning his position, his seat in the House and as House Speaker?
Yes.
And but has yet to announce whether he will officially run for Senator Romney's seat.
Yes,
okay.
And just reading between the lines here, all indications are pointing that way. You don't step down and resign your seat unless you're going to run for something else, it would appear. And the fact that he's already, formed that exploratory committee, again, speculation here purely, obviously. But this press release he just sent out does not make reference to I'm deciding to run for Senate. It simply says that he's stepping down and resigning his position in the Utah House of Representatives.
Lindsay Ertz, thank you for the update.
September means it's time for Any Hour Services free furnace sale. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and as summer comes to a close and falls right around the corner, the weather gets, well, perfect. And when the weather's perfect, people need a little extra incentive to replace their heating and cooling system. That's where Any Hour Services free furnace sale comes in. For the month of September, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. And there's no catch. There's no raising the price on the air conditioner first. There's no making you buy the most expensive air conditioner to qualify. There's none of that. There's just a desire to keep our technicians working while the weather's mild and a genuine appreciation of you for helping us keep them busy. So if you've been thinking about replacing your old furnace and air conditioner and want to know exactly how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services today and schedule a free estimate. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Do you have an IRA or 401k? It's natural to think of this as being your money, right? But remember, you still have to pay taxes when you withdraw this money in retirement. And you could be paying a lot more in taxes on these accounts than you know. A lot more. Learn the strategies that can help you reduce or eliminate your taxes in retirement. Don't miss a special edition of Retirement Solutions Radio this Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, right here on KSL News Radio 102.7.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 50 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Find small business calm at ooma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Dale Spalding. First, students at Utah Tech University will be adding to a memorial to remember dozens of students that disappeared in Mexico. Second, the Navajo Nation has announced Monument Valley, located along the Utah-Arizona border, will be closed for the full duration of the October 14th eclipse. Third, UTA wants to expand and improve the state's transit system over the next few decades. Right now, it's 75 and mostly cloudy in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
We just had a bombshell announcement dropped on us here in studio from KSL News Radio's political reporter Lindsay Ertz, and that is the Speaker of the House, Brad Wilson, has announced that he is resigning from the House of Representatives. I just got to the House Legislative website, Dave, and there is a 3 or 4 paragraph letter. It says that Speaker Wilson will continue serving as Speaker of the House until mid-November. But what I think probably gave way to this was the announcement last week that we broke here on KSL News Radio. Boyd Matheson broke it, that Senator Mitt Romney is not going to seek a second term.
Yeah, and
in the Senate.
In the Senate, yes. So that opens up in 2024. So the Senate seat would open up in 2024. They would take over in January of 2025. So a little over a year and change away from that general election. But Brad Wilson has been Speaker of the House for a number of years, several terms. And I'm trying to think, Debbie, it's been at least 6-8 years that he's been Speaker of the House, but he is resigning from that position in November, right?
Yeah, November 15th will be his last day. And let me just read some of his statement. This is cold, so bear with me here. Speaker Brad Wilson announced his intent to resign from the Utah House of Representatives and step down as Speaker of the House effective mid-November. He was elected in 2011, and he has served as Speaker since 2019. And then there's a quote from him saying that it has been an honor, an opportunity of a lifetime. And I'm looking, Lindsay Ertz back in studio with us right now. I'm looking through the statement and trying to quickly read through it, Lindsay. I think you pointed this out very well just a few minutes ago when you broke the news. All he says here is, I'm excited for the next chapter and have full confidence in my peers in the House, Senate, and executive branch to continue making Utah the best place to live, learn, work, and play. He doesn't say, and guess what else? I'm running for the Senate.
Right.
For the U.S. Senate.
We're left a little bit to read between the lines here, but if I can just state for you the facts, House Speaker Brad Wilson is exploring a Senate run. Mitt Romney announced last week that he is not running again for Senate. Today, House Speaker Brad Wilson announces he's stepping down from the legislature. I think everyone's putting the dots together that this is a likely possibility. However, Brad Wilson has not explicitly said that he is running for Senate. Right now, it's still in an exploratory phase, which means he's raising money. He touts that he's raised a lot, but he's also already declared as a candidate. And he did that on purpose so that he wouldn't have to report certain disclosures when he raised a certain amount of money. So he's already declared as a candidate. However, he still has not explicitly said, I'm running for Senate. We're all left to just speculate, but the dots are all pointing that direction.
It looks like this wouldn't take effect until mid-November or so, which would leave about a year left of his term. He just got reelected in 2022, and in the House you serve for 2 years, and then that would carry over to 2024. So he'd be resigning a year early.
Yeah, it's typical that the delegates in his area will pick his replacement. We've seen that multiple times. We've had now, this is the third state lawmaker who will be stepping down this year, and for various reasons. But yeah, we've had 3 state lawmakers step down. So I believe, and you're going to have to correct me, and I'm sure our listeners will, but if it is a House of Representatives member, I believe it's the delegates in that area in his county that will pick his replacement. It doesn't go to the state GOP, I don't believe.
We can ask the state. We're trying to get a hold of the state GOP chair right now and ask him. And also Derek Brown, who's former state GOP chair, also hosts of KSL at Night. Maybe we can get him on the line.
But this is significant because this is Utah's House Speaker. This is the person who's in charge of Utah's House of Representatives. He leads all of the House members and all the representatives there. So there's also a question of shifting leadership in the Utah House of Representatives, right? Right now you have Representative Mike Schultz as the House Majority Leader. Does he slide into that House Speaker position? Is that common knowledge that kind of happens? You will also see a restructuring of Utah House leadership here coming up for the 2024 general session.
So when you were talking about the campaign war chest, if you will, that Brad Wilson has amassed, I went to Standard Examiner, and it says so far, as of June 30th, he's got $2.14 million, and $1.2 million of it came from Wilson's pockets. Robert Axsom, chair of the Republican Party here in Utah, live on the line with us right now. Good morning. Big news.
Yeah, good morning. How are you doing?
Good. Well, I guess the big question is do you know if Brad Wilson is running for U.S. Senate? Is this why this announcement happened today?
Yeah, I think that's probably the open secret. It's been very clear over the last couple of months that the speaker was looking into running for the United States Senate, and I would anticipate that he will make his intentions known in the very near future.
As Lindsay Ertz reminded us, he is one of, 3 Republican lawmakers that have resigned or plan on resigning. What's the step? Do we just go without representation in those districts? How does it work?
No, fortunately, we have a very streamlined process. And so for any seat that is contained within a county, the respective party to which that member of the legislature is affiliated would convene their county party delegates to run that election and to get a replacement for that individual. If the district goes over county lines, so it's in multiple counties, as is the case with Jake Andereg's seat down in Utah and Salt Lake County, then the state party does that. So, for example, on that one, on the 11th of October, we'll be having the Senate District 22 special election with state delegates. On the 4th of October, Quinn Cotter, he's a House member in Salt Lake County with the county delegates. They'll be having a special election, and so we would do the same thing with Speaker Wilson's seat.
So, Rob, this is Lindsay Arts, by the way, KSL News Radio. Good to chat with you always.
You too.
Talk to us about what happens at a county convention, because what I understand is that candidates will now come forward and decide they want to run for this seat. So talk to us about how the public should pay attention to this process.
Correct. So under state law, you have to live within the district. So any individual that lives within the district and is registered as a Republican to vote would be eligible to then run as a candidate to replace a retiring or resigning member who is a Republican. And obviously, Speaker Wilson being a Republican means that his replacement, whoever that individual is, will be a Republican from the district. And so they would be able to put their name forward. And then the delegates from that district would be convened in a special meeting, and they would go through multiple rounds of ballots to vote for the preferred candidate until one candidate is able to secure more than 50% of the vote. Usually what will happen is there will be about a month-long or 3-week-long process where candidates can file, and they'll start to engage with the delegates and get to know the delegates and answer questions so that those delegates can make an informed decision.
When will that happen, Robert?
I would anticipate that it would happen fairly quickly. It kind of depends on a couple of things. I'm not sure if Speaker Wilson has articulated a specific date that he will be wrapping up. If so, I have not yet heard it. But generally, once we know that date, we can formulate a time within a couple of weeks of that moment to do the replacement. According to state law, the individual has to be replaced within 30 days. That's also according to Republican Party rules. So within 30 days of the vacancy at the latest, the replacement would be made, and then that individual's name would be given to the governor, who would officially appoint the individual to finish out the term.
Robert Axsom, the chair of the Utah Republican Party, before we let you go, what is the impact to the GOP on this announcement that yet another lawmaker, in this case Brad Wilson, is resigning his position, not only as Speaker of the House, but as a leading Republican in the legislature?
Well, fortunately, Utah is filled with a lot of really good men and women who are ready to step up. Within the Republican Party, we have a deep bench, and I'm confident that there will be some good individuals that put their name forward to take over and represent that district. And obviously, Speaker Wilson isn't going anywhere. He'll continue to articulate his vision and his message as he goes about what I think we all understand his likely next chapter will be, which will be an interesting year-long campaign process.
Robert Axsom, thank you for joining us, State GOP Chair. Thanks for your update.
We reached out to Speaker Brad Wilson's office, and we're told he's in meetings until noon and unavailable.
They're in St. George, by the way.
But we're going to continue to pursue it throughout the day right here at KSL News Radio.
KSL News Radio, I'm Dale Spalding. KSL's top story this hour. The federal government says it overpaid hundreds of thousands of Social Security recipients, and now they want the extra money back. KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas tells David Dujanovic the government needs to accommodate a payment plan for people who are impacted.
The administration has got to go in, Dave, and say, wait a minute. We need to figure out a way that these people can pay it back. Maybe they pay back 10 cents on the dollar. Maybe they don't repay anything back, but they get a reduction in their future payment.
Skordas says he doesn't think people will be forced to quickly pay the full amount back. West Valley Police want to find and talk to 18-year-old Esteban Galvez. He's been named a person of interest in the shooting death of Brian Torres, who was killed in a driveway on Friday. Police Lieutenant Robert Brinton says it's not known exactly how the victim and the person of interest knew each other.
We do have a reason to believe that there's probably some type of association or at least the acquaintances of the individuals.
You can read more at kslnewsradio.com. President Biden's son Hunter is suing the IRS, saying agents illegally released his tax information. Hunter Biden claims the group unlawfully released that information and didn't ensure his records were kept confidential. Hunter Biden is seeking all documents about the disclosure of tax information, $1,000 for each unauthorized disclosure, and attorney fees. Your money at this moment, the Dow is up 84 points and the NASDAQ is up 37 points. Coming up, highs in the 80s for the first few days this week. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 11:34.
We have enough people running around Broadcast House at 4 in the morning to field a football team.
Producers, reporters, the traffic team, and us.
This is Tim and Amanda.
Join us each morning from 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Winter is coming. With snow already in the mountains, full-blown winter will be here before you know it. Hi, this is Josh with IWC Roofing. We're the highest-rated roofing contractor in Utah. Now is the time to protect your home by preparing for the upcoming season. Get ready for the winter and protect your home by calling our experts for a free in-home inspection. You need to take advantage of our extended Labor Day special and save $1,200 on a full roof replacement. Call 801-232-5690 or visit IWCRoofingUtah.com today to schedule your free consultation and save up to $1,200 on your complete roofing project. IWC Roofing offers the best warranty in the business, backed by Owens Corning, and our warranty doesn't prorate down like other roofing companies. Again, call 801-232-5690 or visit IWCRoofingUtah.com to save that $1,200 on a new roof install. At IWC Roofing, we can install most new roofs in just one day. Call 801-232-5690 or visit IWCRoofingUtah.com.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
If it's out of sight, it's out of mind. Even though that's an old adage, it's still very true today. And it's especially true of your old 401k. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, asking you to get that old 401k in sight and out of the company you no longer work for. But don't roll it into your new 401k. That could be one of the worst things you do. Of course that's easy. But when has the easiest way ever been the best way? Instead, call Trajan Wealth and learn about all of your options, including a way to earn an upfront bonus of up to 25% for your future income just for rolling it over. That's right. You could earn up to a 25% bonus for your retirement income just for rolling that 401k over with Trajan Wealth. Don't roll that 401k into your new company plan. Don't do it without calling Trajan Wealth first. Call 801-899-7600 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Get Mr. Max Performance Missionary Package. 1 performance suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 ties, 1 mission belt, and 1 pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy shoes. Just $595.
You trust us for news and information in your car. Now trust us at home. KSL News Radio is your window to the outside world, keeping you informed on the latest breaking news, weather, traffic, sports, and more. Listen on your Amazon Echo or Google Home device. Just say, Alexa, open KSL News Radio, or listen on the KSL News Radio app. Text the word app to 57500. KSL News Radio, Utah's all-day companion for news.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Ricky Meese.
We've had an accident and trouble in traffic northbound I-15 near 12th Street in Ogden. It had been blocking multiple lanes of traffic, and they'd even kind of blocked the freeway at one time. I am seeing traffic move through the area now. It still may be a spot you want to consider avoiding and taking an alternate route, because we do have big delays in the area. But again, it does look like traffic is now getting through. And for those who are in the valley, we still have the final cleanup of the accident on southbound I-15 just before the I-80-201 junction on the right. Is your car due for some extra love? Burt Brothers is here for your vehicle's routine maintenance, all done by our ASC certified technicians. Burt Brothers, affordable, complete auto care done better. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, today's high 85 degrees, mostly cloudy, dropping to 64 degrees tonight. Expect some rain Thursday and Friday, with temperatures dropping as low as 60 degrees for the high on Friday. Right now it's 76 and mostly cloudy. I'm Dale Spalding, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
We just heard from GOP Chair Robert Axsom. He called the Speaker Wilson's, I'll put in air quotes, pending run for the United States Senate an open secret. Moments ago, we learned that House Speaker Brad Wilson here in Utah will resign his seat in the House effective November 15th. He'll not only resign as House Speaker, but he'll also resign as a lawmaker.
Yeah, and just to be very clear, he's already filed as a candidate for the U.S. Senate, but he did so with the caveat saying this is really just an exploratory committee. Though the paperwork just says he's a candidate.
Once Senator Mitt Romney announced last week that he would not seek a second term, citing his age. He said, I would be in my mid-80s by the time I finished out a second term if he was reelected. It really, I think that really took away the roadblock, if you will, for somebody like a Brad Wilson to get into the race. Utahns have no issues whatsoever. We proved that with Senator Orrin Hatch reelecting an incumbent over and over. Senator Romney has incredible local, statewide, and national name recognition. People know who he is. I mean, anytime he speaks on Capitol Hill, the press comes running. He's been all over the national media in regards to his resignation. That's the dynamic. That is the spark of being Senator Mitt Romney. And he's earned it. He's been in public service for 25 years. He led a successful Winter Olympics here in Utah, so Utahns appreciate him and know him. Like him or not, he was electable. But he's out of the way now, and that opens the door up for somebody like a Brad Wilson.
Yeah, and there's been some polling done. The one that saw, okay, if Mitt Romney were not to run, this was like back in July. The number one most popular was Sean Reyes, the Attorney General. But we heard from Sean Reyes that he is, I'm trying to remember where we heard this from, but he said, I'm not going to run for Senate. I'm going to endorse a friend or something like that. Yeah. Sean Reyes. The second most popular was Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson was the second one. And then third was Brad Wilson, but he was only about 3% of the vote. That being said, he is a heavy hitter in Utah politics, obviously, as the Speaker of the House here in the state legislature.
KSL News Radio's Lindsay Aerts is tracking the story in the newsroom, and she told us just moments ago that House Speaker Brad Wilson will be having a press availability at 2:30 this afternoon. So you better believe she'll have an update. She'll be asking him all of the questions that we have been asking already this morning during Jeff Kaplan's show, and she'll bring those to you live.
Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top national story.
Our top national story this morning in the 9 o'clock hour was that Social Security, and you've been hearing it reported here all morning long on KSL News Radio, that they are collecting billions of dollars in overpayments that were sent, they say, by mistake. I don't know if there was a miscalculation in how the Social Security Administration did their math, but they're trying to get money back from recipients. And in one case, a woman in Florida says they're trying to collect in 30 days $121,000 from her.
Absolutely incredible. Number one, that the Social Security Administration has miscalculated by how many billions of dollars?
21 billion. And they've already collected almost $5 billion. I think it was last year they collected $5 billion in overpayments. Now they're going back after people. And it's anywhere from $121,000, like the woman in Florida. There's a woman in Ohio. She works in a nursing home. She's disabled, so she gets what's called an SSI, a supplemental Social Security benefit of $1,100 a month. They're saying that she owes $60,000 in the next 30 days that they've overpaid her.
And again, just to put a fine point on this, the idea that you could miscalculate hundreds of thousands of dollars just for one person, something thousand dollars, $60,000 here. That goes to show me they're not getting checks. They didn't just have one monstrous deposit into their account that maybe would have flagged them. This was coming in a few $100s at a time. You spread that over years, like the $60,000 one. I think that was spread over something like 10 years. You wouldn't notice that. It was a few $100s a month. But you stretch it over a decade or a couple of decades, then you would never be able to pay that back.
So let's say you know somebody or you yourself are collecting an SSI payment in Utah. It's a supplemental payment. It is not the typical Social Security payment that you get when you retire. This is different. This is if you're disabled, perhaps you're low income. And in some cases, this will impact retirees. And I looked up the numbers. Now, the numbers are from the Social Security Administration. So I don't, given the topic we're talking about, I don't know if they're 100% spot on. But there's about 13,000 people in Salt Lake County, 2,500 people in Davis County, just by way of example, who qualify for this type of payment. And we had Greg Skordas, our KSL legal analyst, talk to us about this earlier in the show. Because if you get one of those notices and it says you've got 30 days to pay, you're going to panic. And he said, hold on, don't panic.
It is highly unlikely that the government expects any of these recipients to pay the money back within 30 days. I imagine they all got some form letter that the Social Security Administration sends out to everyone when they're overpaid and say, you got to make arrangements to pay this back. And they usually put a drop-dead date of 30 days. Now, there's another thing to keep in mind, however, and that is that these are overpayments. It's not like, hey, you were fining you or we're doing something like this. Maybe people got money they weren't supposed to get. The government, I'm sure, Debbie, is going to give these people time to pay it back, even if it's just over the course of their future Social Security payments being reduced to the point where it ultimately is repaid.
But you can imagine how difficult that will be for people that are living month to month on this paycheck to have those benefits that they're used to, that they've grown accustomed to have them reduced. And it may be $50 and maybe $500. We don't know. But it depends on how serious the Social Security Administration is to recoup those costs.
Yeah, we're going to continue to look for solutions for Utah families who might be impacted from this. We podcast this entire episode as well as went live on Facebook. So if you're wondering, okay, I need more details, what in the world is going on, you can look to your favorite podcast platform and download it and listen. You can go to Facebook and listen to our full discussion with KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Did you know Utah has just one all-news station in the morning?
It's this one. Weekday mornings between 5 and 9.
Start your days with us. We're Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
Your morning companions for news.
MVP's bonus days are back at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools and get 5 times the bonus points. Plus, right now, buy a DeWalt Power Stack battery kit and get a select DeWalt Bear tool free, up to a $249 value. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid 9/18 through 9/29. Subject to change. DeWalt offer valid through 10/11.
Does your company offer health insurance to your employees? If so, how do you know if you're getting the best deal on employee benefits? Did you know that a benefit broker makes more money when you spend more? Brokers are not only incentivized to steer you to more expensive insurance plans, but the more quotes they get, the harder they have to work. and the less money they make. My name is Keith with Magellan in Linden. We're a different kind of benefits broker that offers a best plan, best price guarantee. We get insurance quotes from every insurance company every year. It forces insurance companies to compete for your business and offer the best deal possible. Here's what you do. Visit shopmyplan.com. We'll get you free quotes with no strings attached. If you like what you see, let's work together, and you'll get the best plan at the best price. If your benefits broker isn't getting quotes from every insurance company every year, you're probably paying too much. So visit shopmyplan.com today to get the best deal on employee health insurance. Go to shopmyplan.com today.
Zero Res, no residue carpet cleaning and more. The service is top notch. The cleaning is amazing. And here's a price you're going to love too. Schedule today and you'll pay just $25 per room clean. Other companies say they clean as good as Zero Res, but honestly, it's just not the same. Zero Res has patented technology to ensure you get the best cleaning possible. And yes, those patents mean that no one else is cleaning like this. Carpets, air ducts, tile, furniture, and more. Your whole home can be fresher with a call to Zero Res. Today and tomorrow only. They're cleaning the Wasatch Front for just $25 per room. Minimums and restrictions apply, but there are no maximums. Clean 5 rooms, 6 rooms, clean the whole house, just $25 per room. You don't have to clean today, but you do have to get on the schedule. $25 per room for carpets, and call for special pricing on air duct cleanings too. For more info, restrictions, and to schedule, you got it, zerores.com.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. Childcare is crucial to Utah's economic success. United Way of Salt Lake Vice President of Public Policy, Elizabeth Garby, shares why.
Childcare is essential for working parents in Utah. It affords them the time to further their careers or education, and their children a strong foundation for future learning. Breakdowns in childcare, however, are putting families behind. We partnered with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, the Salt Lake Chamber, Utah Community Builders, and Voices for Utah Children to release a report, Untapped Potential in Utah, examining Utah's childcare landscape so the business community and legislative leaders can better understand the unique needs of working parents and impact of a lack of affordable childcare. The report estimates how often parents of young children leave the workforce or educational opportunities because of insufficient childcare. It outlines a conservative estimate of the direct financial impact the breakdowns in childcare have on Utah's economy, a nearly $1.36 billion loss annually. While these challenges are persistent and complex, they are addressable. The business community can play a central role in developing solutions.
By continuing to listen to the needs of parents and working to find public and private solutions, Utah will be better equipped to unlock the economic potential of our workforce. We must work together to find innovative solutions to our childcare challenges. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dale Spalding. First, House Speaker Brad Wilson has announced he's stepping down from the Utah legislature. He's also exploring a run for Senate. Second, a Utah lawmaker has drafted a bill that seeks to make any future school district splits a little bit smoother. Third, the federal government wants its overpaid hundreds of thousands of Social Security recipients, and now they want the extra money back. Right now it's 75 and mostly cloudy in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
We're going to continue talking about the developing story, our newsroom reporting it as well, that House Speaker Brad Wilson, who serves in the Utah State Legislature, has announced he intends to resign. He will be resigning effective November 15th. The timing, Robert Axsom, we just spoke to him. He's the GOP chair here in Utah. Is probably not too off or weird for political insiders. Axsom called it an open secret that Brad Wilson will likely run for U.S. Senator Mitt Romney's seat now that, well, he was exploring it already even before Romney announced his resignation.
Yeah, and you'll remember...
Romney did not announce a resignation. Romney announced that he is not seeking a second term. Let me correct myself. My apologies.
Yeah, so he'll finish out his term, which ends in 2025. So January 2025 is when the newly elected senator will take charge. So he's got about a year and change left, Senator Romney does. But House Speaker Wilson, I think he started back in 2010. So he's been in the House of Representatives for the past 13 years or so, he would be leaving with about a year left. And then there would have to be a replacement. It sounds like the delegates will select. I mean, there were some real specifics to it, some procedural stuff as we talked to Robert Axson, the state GOP chair, but essentially they will replace that seat.
But the big news here today, Taylor Morgan, KSL at Night host, joining us a little early. Thanks so much for being on the line with us here, Taylor. You're a political insider. The big news is Brad Wilson's going to announce a run for Senate, right? Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely, Debbie. Look, it is an open secret. It is no secret. In fact, Dave and Debbie, just today, Brad Wilson's Senate campaign website has been updated, announcing an event in Draper on September 27th, where an exciting announcement will be made. So we now have a date and a location and an event. And I expect that Brad Wilson will make his Senate run official on September 27th.
So why the cloak and dagger stuff? I mean, my goodness.
Well, because Dave, all of us in the media, we're a bunch of suckers. And Brad Wilson and his team are playing this, I think, very smartly. From my perspective as a political consultant, it's always the goal to try to generate news coverage, to try to get attention, to get a good news cycle. And Brad Wilson's team, a lot of credit to them. They have really taken advantage of every opportunity possible to get all of us to talk about Brad Wilson. And here we are.
Well, let's talk about Trent Staggs for just a moment. Riverton Mayor called the show last week in response to Senator Romney's announcement that he will not be seeking a second term in the U.S. Senate. Trent Staggs already announced he is running for Romney's seat.
I'm not surprised. I've been campaigning, as you pointed out, for the last 3.5 months, and traveled the state. And the thing I've been hearing over and over again is that there was a lot of disappointment with Mitt Romney, with not just his voting record. I've called that out repeatedly on my website and just in campaign stops about his commitments to a balanced budget and spending and ending illegal immigration and appointing conservative justices, but it's also the representation and his unwillingness to attend GOP conventions and really speak with other local elected officials, and
who made the announcement quite some time ago that he is running for Senator Mitt Romney's seat in the Senate. So you've got Trent Staggs, you've got probably Brad Wilson, and who else? Is there anybody else that you think will kind of divide up the Republican base here and take a run for the Senate seat?
Well, Debbie, we have certainly heard a lot of names being discussed in the past week since Senator Romney announced he will not run for re-election. There's been a lot of speculation and a lot of coverage in the news lately on Tim Ballard, given a cryptic reference alluding to a potential Tim Ballard announcement by Attorney General Sean Reyes. John Curtis, Representative Curtis, has said that he is considering a run potentially for Senate. It is going to be a crowded field, I believe, Dave and Debbie. I think that certainly Trent Staggs and Brad Wilson, they have set themselves up well by getting in early, by fundraising early. And even if Speaker Wilson hasn't technically made his candidacy official quite yet, look, it's no secret, and he has been fundraising for this Senate race for a very long time. Getting in early will certainly give Mayor Staggs and Speaker Wilson some advantage, but just like we saw in the race to fill Chris Stewart's vacancy, this is going to be a crowded field for U.S. Senate. Like Dave said the other day, we haven't had this kind of an open seat for Senate since 1976. This kind of a political opportunity in Utah does not come around very often. We are going to see a lot of names get into this. It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, the incumbents really, it's almost a cakewalk. Every once in a while you have a surprise. Someone gets, primaried out like Senator Bennett did from Mike Lee. But when we're talking about Brad Wilson, how would you describe him as a candidate. Obviously, he's been very crucial in state politics and state legislation. How would you describe his politics on the national scale?
Speaker Wilson is definitely a conservative, but I would characterize him as a very pragmatic, very solutions-driven conservative. He has been highly effective as Speaker since 2019. As you mentioned, Dave, he's been in the Utah House since 2010, and he has really found a way to bring together all factions within his body to be very, very effective. He's well-liked in the body. I would also point out that Brad Wilson is one of those unique Utah politicians that can win at convention. At the same time, he can gather the signatures to qualify and secure a primary. Very few candidates in Utah are able to do both, and Brad is one of those, which gives him, I think, a unique advantage.
Taylor Morgan, thank you for joining us, host of KSL at Night.
Yeah, no, there will be much more on this throughout the day here on KSL News Radio. This will be one of Maria's top stories in just a moment as the news team continues to pursue additional angles and information on this developing story. We know that House Speaker Brad Wilson has arranged to speak to the press at 2:30 this afternoon. I'm sure they'll be asking all of the questions that we're asking here on the who, what, where, when, and why, and how much money. So far, the exploratory committee or the idea of running for Senate has raised thus far for House Speaker Wilson. Much more straight ahead.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen at home on any smart speaker and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time is 12 o'clock noon, and this is Utah's Noon News. I'm Maria Shaleos. Pleasant temperatures today, 79 degrees downtown. KSL's top story this hour is breaking news. House Speaker Brad Wilson says he will step down from the Utah legislature. KSL News Radio's politics reporter Lindsay Eretz is live with more. Lindsay?
Yeah, Maria, Wilson's announcement only made mention of him being excited for his next chapter. It did not specifically mention a Senate run, but Utah's Republican Party Chair Rob Axson called Wilson's Senate run the, quote, open secret.
It's been very clear over the last couple of months that the Speaker was looking into running for the United States Senate, and I would anticipate that he will make his intentions known in the very near future.
Wilson's campaign website has also been updated to tease a special announcement on September 27th. Now, Wilson called it an honor and a privilege to serve in the Utah legislature. He says beyond the policy, he's made lifelong friendships. Wilson will stay on until November 15th. His replacement will be picked by Davis County delegates. Reporting live, Lindsay Eretz, KSL News Radio.
KSL at Night host and executive director of Count My Vote, Taylor Morgan, says he's already noticing developments on Speaker Wilson's potential run for Senate.
Just today, Brad Wilson's Senate campaign website has been updated, announcing an event in Draper on September 27th. Where an exciting announcement will be made.
Morgan tells David Dujanovic he expects Speaker Wilson to make his Senate run official during that event at the end of the month. Lawmakers are working on legislation that seeks to make future school district splits a little bit smoother. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has more.
Utah Senator Keith Grover is drafting a bill that will hopefully limit some of the heated conversations that come with the proposed split, like what we saw when Orem was considering splitting from the Alpine School District last fall. The bill seeks to do two things. One, it would have an outside entity do the feasibility study, not the city or district considering splitting. And two, it requires a study to be done once a district's enrollment reaches a certain number.
At what point should we say this district is pretty big? What does big mean?
Senator Grover says that number will be decided in an upcoming debate, but regardless, he says one thing will not change.
This takes nothing away from the voters to decide, hey, we want to form our own district or not.
The bill is now open to public comment before it's presented in the next legislative session. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Students at Utah Tech University will be adding to a memorial today to remember dozens of students that disappeared in Mexico. In 2014, 43 local college students disappeared while traveling to Mexico City for a protest. Utah Tech plans to add 2 new artworks, and we'll have a guest speaker today. School officials say the display is also part of Hispanic Heritage Month. KSL's top national stories this hour. Nearly 13,000 workers are on the picket lines in 3 states. The United Auto Workers strike is continuing today. Striker Marcel Edwards was outside the Ford assembly plant in Wayne, Michigan.
We're in here for not just the legacy, but we're in here for new workers also.
United Auto Workers are demanding a 36% pay raise over 4 years, a 32-hour 4-day work week, and increased job security without pay cuts. The countdown is on. 12 days left until a potential government shutdown. House Republicans appear to remain divided on how to deal and how to reach the government's lights on the September 30th deadline.
2 factions in the House Republican Conference came to agreement on a temporary funding measure that has a lot of partisan Republican red meat in it as well. And even that is not likely to pass the Senate, but there's a question of if it would even pass the Republican-controlled House. There are 10 Republicans right now in the House who have said they're not going to vote for this CR, this continuing resolution, to keep the doors of the federal government open.
That is ABC's Jay O'Brien reporting. President Biden's son Hunter is suing the IRS, saying agents illegally released his tax information. Hunter Biden claims the group unlawfully released information and didn't ensure his records were kept confidential. Hunter Biden is seeking all documents about the disclosure of tax information, $1,000 for each unauthorized disclosure, and attorney's fees. Other national stories KSL is following. Police say all 9 teenagers who escaped a juvenile detention center in Pennsylvania have been taken into custody.
Spending a night on the run, 9 teens who escaped from the Abraxas Academy Detention Center in Pennsylvania Sunday evening during a riot. By the morning,
all 9 of the escapees from last night were picked up.
Trooper David Boehm of the Pennsylvania State Police, 4 had given themselves up tired and cold at a residence just before 6 a.m. The others in a stolen vehicle, police catching up.
They took 4 into custody in the pickup truck. 1 took off in the field, taken into custody shortly thereafter.
All to be charged, said Boehm, with escape and any other crimes they committed. Dave Packer, ABC News.
People with plans to watch next month's solar eclipse from Monument Valley will have to start looking for a new spot to watch it from. The Navajo Nation has announced the popular tribal park located along the Utah-Arizona border will be closed for the full duration of the October 14th event in accordance with their cultural beliefs. The park will be closed for at least 5 hours, impacting the entire park and the 17-mile scenic drive. First look traffic. Good afternoon, Ricky Meese.
Good afternoon, Maria. I-15 has cleared out from an earlier accident northbound at 12th Street in Ogden. And for Weber County drivers, you're back to a nice and quiet drive there. We do have an accident on I-215's East Belt. This is the southbound side at about 3500 South. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:05.
Boyd Matheson helps you to think about the news differently.
Everyone's important. Everyone has a crucial role to play, but there's a time to move on.
Join an elevated conversation. Inside Sources from 1 to 3. Then Jeff Kaplan and his Minute of News on the drive home on KSL News Radio.
Home is your sanctuary, or is it? If you're tired of yard work, too much space to clean over multiple levels, listen up. Start enjoying home a little more with Nielsen Homes' newest single-level townhomes. Move-in ready without the thought of tedious yard work and close to all the things you love and enjoy. Nielsen Homes offers spacious, single-level, open floor plans without stairs or yard work and a lower 5.5% interest rate. Nielsen Homes has been building homes across the Wasatch Front for over 45 years. They understand all stages of life and build homes to accommodate the things you need. Pair it with things you love. See their newest single-level living community in Davis and Weber County, close to golf, pickleball, and more. It's low-maintenance luxury single-level living. No stairs, no more lawnmowers, no yard work, no waiting, and no high interest rates. Visit Nielsen Homes Communities at nielsenhomes.com. Call 385-389-1160. Online at nilsonhomes.com.
Join the Utah Symphony for the greatest classical hits from the 1700s to today. Tickets start at $21. Get yours today at utahsymphony.org.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's Noon News, recapping our top local story. House Speaker Brad Wilson says he's stepping down from the House of Representatives, which has many people wondering if he will make an official run for the Senate soon. KSL News Time, 12:07. A high school band director was arrested after the band played on when they were supposed to clear out of the stadium.
We're hearing from Birmingham police that they were trying to clear the stands after the game and asked both bands to stop playing so people wouldn't linger. Police say the director didn't follow orders and told students to keep playing. He reportedly got into a scuffle with officers when they tried to arrest him. The Jefferson County school system says they're investigating, and now the minor high school director is getting charged with disorderly conduct, harassment, and resisting arrest. Kate Davis, KSL News Radio.
The BYU Cougars started getting some top 25 votes after their win on the road against Arkansas in Fayetteville in front of the 8th largest crowd ever to watch a football game in Razorback Stadium. BYU went down by 2 touchdowns early, but Coach Kalani Sitake says the team showed they were resilient.
The thing was just to get in the battle and stay in it and then stay in the fight, and the guys were able to focus on that.
BYU is now preparing to play their first conference game in the Big 12 when they head to Kansas to face the undefeated Kansas Jayhawks. The Utah Utes moved up a spot in the top 25 poll after their home win against Weber State. The 11th-ranked Utes will host the 22nd-ranked UCLA Bruins in Rice-Eccles Stadium on Saturday. KSL News Time, 12:09. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Ricky, what's going on?
It's a delay-free start to your Monday noontime drive on all the Valley freeways. We do have an accident southbound on I-215's East Belt prior to 3900 South, but it has been moved out of traffic to the shoulder. And the final cleanup of an accident southbound I-15. This is after 13th South as you're approaching the I-80-201 junction. What's left of it is out of traffic over on the shoulder. Today and tomorrow, Zero Res is opening up their $25 special. Schedule your carpet cleaning today, and you'll pay just $25 per room. Only with Zero Res Carpet Cleaning. Call or schedule online at zerores.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Comfortable weather expected today with a high of 85, partly cloudy skies, slight chance for a storm up at the mountaintops. Overnight lows will be in the mid-60s. For tomorrow, partly cloudy and very nice, 85 degrees. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Partly cloudy, very nice, 79 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. And coming up on Utah's Noon News, hundreds of thousands of Americans on Social Security are now getting letters from the federal government saying they have to give back thousands of dollars because of overpayments. On KSL, streaming at home on any smart speaker and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
With our roots in northern Utah, Holy Cross Hospital has a legacy of caring to help every person be whole and healthy. Find us at 5 Holy Cross Hospital locations and more than 45 clinics along the Wasatch Front. Learn more at holycrossutah.org.
At Holy Cross Hospital, we're honored to carry the legacy of our namesake and equally honored to care for northern Utah's vibrant communities. Find us at 5 Holy Cross Hospital locations and more than 45 clinics along the Wasatch Front. Learn more at holycrossutah.org.
As the weather turns colder, this is when you need to get those new windows. So call Advanced Window Products. They'll replace your single-pane, rickety old windows with stylish, state-of-the-art double-pane windows with precision frames. You pick the style and color. They're custom-made right here in Salt Lake City. This company is so Utah. It's run by 2 guys who grew up here, Jake Weber and Utes defensive star Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sacktown with 7 NFL seasons under his belt. Great guys, great company, building high-quality windows for 37 years. Unlike other companies, they build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. No middleman. There's Jake, Nate, and their team, and there's you. Saving on the highest quality windows. Right now, before winter, get $2,000 off 10 windows or more, and they offer 60 months, 0% financing. So call Advanced Window Products now. You could have stylish new windows in 8 weeks. 801-850-9100. 801-850-9100 or visit AdvancedWindowsUSA.com.
The UACPA supports certified professional accountants in Utah through ongoing professional education and leadership development for an ever-changing financial world. Find a CPA at uacpa.org.
Tim and Amanda, Utah's Morning News.
Trust is more important in our business, Tim, than it's ever been in my lifetime, in all of my many years of being here at KSL, because there's so much misinformation out there. And there's so much information that is heavy laden with opinion. When you come to us in the morning, what you get is the news. You get what's happening without a lot of spin or opinion and without any misdirection. That's just the pure, simple thing that you get.
When you talk about the misinformation that's out there, which there is, sometimes those stories just change from one morning to the next. And so hopefully you feel like each day as new information becomes available or we learn new things, this was certainly true during the pandemic, this is the place where we're going to share that information with you and talk about the things that are going to most affect your life.
Wake up with Utah's Morning News with Tim and Amanda between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
Hi, it's Tori DeVito. In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
KSL News Time 12:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
Utah's House Speaker Brad Wilson is stepping down from the Utah legislature, but didn't say it was to run for Senate. However, the run is seen by many as an open secret. I'm KSL News Radio's Lindsay Ayers.
Second, 12 days are left until a potential government shutdown. House Republicans seem to be divided on how a deal can be reached to keep the government up and running past the September 30th deadline. Third, traffic and weather together. Ricky?
We have the clearing of the accident southbound I-15 prior to 2100 South, but we still have the remainder of a small accident southbound on I-215's East Belt. Approaching 3900 South, it's out of traffic on the right shoulder, so no delay. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy skies today with a high of 85. Gorgeous. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 79 degrees downtown. Time for KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Daria Albinger. 7 Americans who were detained in Iran are on their way home. The White House agreeing to free up some frozen oil assets.
The White House says strict guardrails will prevent Iran from spending the $6 billion in unfrozen funds on anything but humanitarian causes. But Republicans are blasting the deal, accusing the administration of paying a ransom.
ABC's chief global affairs correspondent Martha Raddatz. Thousands of UAW members continue to walk the picket lines at Big Three plants in Michigan, Ohio, and Missouri for a fourth day.
They're a long way apart, and I think both sides are preparing to dig in for a while here. The workers here, they tell us they really hope it is not a long strike because obviously that impacts them and their families severely. They like working here. A lot of them tell us they're proud of the vehicles they make, but they can't afford to buy what they build here. They build Ford Broncos here, and so they've got a real issue.
ABC's Terry Moran. President Biden's son is suing the IRS.
The lawsuit alleges 2 IRS agents who've come forward as whistleblowers violated Hunter Biden's privacy under the tax laws. The filing says over more than 20 interviews and public statements, the agents revealed details of Hunter Biden's dealings with the IRS that shouldn't have become public. Those allegations have since fueled the GOP's impeachment inquiry of the president. Hunter Biden's lawyer says the harm he's suffered, quote, reputationally and emotionally, has been staggering. And now the president's son is seeking damages. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
A person of interest is in custody in the weekend killing of an L.A. County Sheriff's deputy.
36 hours after the murder of our deputy, the men and women of our department arrested him.
Sheriff Robert Luna identifying him as Kevin Salazar. You're listening to ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth. Hundreds of thousands of Americans are getting notices from the federal government saying they received too much money in their Social Security payments and they have to pay it back. KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas tells David Dujanovic the government's loss is never going to be made up.
It is
highly unlikely that the government expects any of these recipients to pay the money back within 30 days. I imagine they all got some form letter that the Social Security Administration sends out to everyone when they're overpaid and say, you got to make arrangements to pay this back. And they usually put a drop dead date of 30 days. Now, there's another thing to keep in mind, however, and that is that these are overpayments. It's not like, hey, we're fining you or we're doing something like this. I mean, people got money they weren't supposed to get. So there's that, and the government, I'm sure, Debbie, is going to give these people time to pay it back, even if it's just over the course of their future Social Security payments being reduced to the point where it ultimately is repaid.
Skorda says if someone gets one of these letters, they should slow down and figure out what the repayment schedule is. KSL News Time, 12:19. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Let's check those roads. Here's Ricky Meese.
Kind of quiet out there. We only have one remaining accident on the Valley freeways, and that's southbound on I-215's East Belt. It's between 33rd and 3900 South, but it's out of traffic on the shoulders, so it's not causing any delay. Our main secondaries are actually in pretty good shape. Now, again, we have had crews working on a utility pole, and so this utility work has still been affecting traffic westbound 33rd south at West Temple, blocking right lanes. It's everyone's favorite season. Now's the time, and this is the place for Little Haunts, an autumn adventure coupled with not-so-scary fun. Visit thisistheplace.org for information. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast. Beautiful first half of the week, then some changes. 85 degrees this afternoon, partly cloudy skies, and a slight chance for a mountain storm. Tuesday, partly cloudy, beautiful 85. Mid-80s into Wednesday, partly cloudy skies, but breezy out of the south. We get windy on Thursday, slight chance for some thunder showers, temperatures in the mid-70s. We keep it breezy, cool, and wet on Friday, high of only 60 degrees. We bump up to 69 on Saturday, mostly sunny. Sunday looks great, 75, a mix of sun and clouds. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny, 79 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City, and the 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quick check of the markets. I'm seeing a lot of green, but you know what? Even though the markets are in positive territory, stocks are pretty flat today. An update of your money news coming up next.
Introducing Yes Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. We're bringing all of Utah's favorite HVAC, plumbing, and electrical brands under one roof. Whether it's a small clog or a larger mainline sewer drain issue, the experienced technicians at Yes are ready to solve all of your drain problems. Take advantage of our 83 or It's Free mainline drain clearing special. Feel secure knowing the trusted professionals at Yes guarantee that if we can't clear it, you don't pay for it. Visit theyesmancan.com for details, terms, and conditions.
Hey guys, are you over 30? Let's talk about testosterone and performance. Your testosterone can decline at an average of 1 to 2% a year after you turn 30. And Revive Men's Health have been experts at treating men with low testosterone and ED since 2011. We're the clinic guys come to when their current treatment isn't working. They have a complicated medical condition, or they're just not happy with their performance. We love what we do and the patients we care for. You can ask our patients. We did, and we have a 99% patient satisfaction rate this year. Our patients even tell us we're more affordable than their insurance deductibles and copays. Let's get to the bottom of your issues and fix them. That's what we do, and we do it really well. Book your T-check and exam today. Call 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or send us a private message at revivemenshealth.com.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Email from school about the incident today.
Scary.
Tell me about it. Did you have any idea that was going on?
None. I mean, you saw Derek at the game last night, too. Did you have a clue?
No, but you know, teachers like me, parents, We don't always know as much as you guys do. Kids hear first about what's going on with other kids.
Half the time, it's rumors.
It can be hard to tell sometimes, but if you're ever concerned about a friend who's having trouble with alcohol, prescription drugs, bullying, violence, anything, you need to tell an adult. Mom or me, a teacher, coach, school counselor, someone you know and trust.
Dad, no kid is gonna tell an adult about that kind of stuff.
I get it, but if we don't know, we can't help. Speaking up about a problem, that's what helping a friend is all about.
For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Boyd Matheson on the pitfalls of politics. If we want to be an informed news consumer, you have to differentiate between politics and policy. The politics usually is playing to the emotional space. Often we've been conditioned to react inappropriately to anger, fear, frustration, and so on. Policy is always about solutions. You may not agree with it in terms of the path to get there, but that's okay, because you can have a policy discussion based on principles. When you get to the politics, it's more about attacking the other side, demonizing or weaponizing the words of an opponent or someone that you disagree with, or just having contempt that the other side isn't just wrong, but they're wrong and evil. Policy never gets into that space. Policy is, here's a way to get a result. Here's a path to do it. You don't have to agree, but that path is always going to lead you to the best solution.
Join Inside Sources with Boyd Matheson, 1 to 3 on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 1224. More than 80% of Americans are now paying for at least one streaming video service. KSL News Radio's Don Brinkerhoff takes a look at the costs.
A study by Statista also shows almost 1 in 10 of us subscribe to 5 or more services, and that leads to another problem.
I don't know. I usually just scroll aimlessly for a little bit and then click on something.
With so many choices, conflicts often pop up when 2 or more people are trying to decide what to watch. Most people tell me they solve those conflicts the same way Sergio does.
I think we mainly just try and look for something that we can both agree on and not focus so much on what each of us want to watch.
A survey by J.D. Power claims most of us are paying about $54 a month on streaming services. Reporting from Veterans Memorial Park in West Jordan, Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 1225, watching Utah's Money. Primetime TV will look pretty different this fall. Channels like ABC, NBC, and Fox will be leaning heavily on reality and game shows and relying on reruns of classics like Law & Order or The Blue Bloods to fill out their schedules. Some classic movies on VHS are going for thousands of bucks on eBay. Tapes like Back to the Future, Goonies, and The Fast and the Furious that are all well preserved or in high demand. A 1985 version of Goonies is going for $125,000. Starbucks classic disposable coffee cup could be on its way out. The company is working to cut waste, water use, and carbon emissions in half by 2030. The throwaway cup could be on the chopping block to help accomplish those goals. Taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow is up by 50 points, sitting at 34,669. S&P 500 up by 9, and the NASDAQ, it's up by 25 points. Crocs is teaming up with DreamWorks to release Shrek Crocs. Crocs says each pair features Shrek's iconic nose, ears, and green speckled skin, perfect for walking from your swamp to Duloc and back. Now they cost about $60. And we'll update your drive coming up next. KSL News Time, 1227.
Jeff Kaplan.
His Minute of News is great. It's always entertaining.
I listen to Jeff Kaplan every day. He gives you important news and traffic and the familiar voice that helps you enjoy the ride home.
I really like Jeff's Minute of News. He's calm and he's balanced.
I really enjoy driving home and just listening to what he's got to say.
Jeff Kaplan gets me home every day.
Join the community that relies on Jeff Kaplan. He has you covered. Afternoons from 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
Zero Res, no residue carpet cleaning and more. The service is top notch. The cleaning is amazing. And here's a price you're going to love too. Schedule today and you'll pay just $25 per room clean. Other companies say they clean as good as Zero Res, but honestly, it's just not the same. Zero Res has patented technology to ensure you get the best cleaning possible. And yes, those patents mean that no one else is cleaning like this. Carpets, air ducts, tile, furniture, and more. Your whole home can be fresher with a call to Zero Res. Today and tomorrow only. They're cleaning the Wasatch Front for just $25 per room. Minimums and restrictions apply, but there are no maximums. Clean 5 rooms, 6 rooms, clean the whole house. Just $25 per room. You don't have to clean today, but you do have to get on the schedule. $25 per room for carpets. And call for special pricing on air duct cleanings, too. For more info, restrictions, and to schedule, you got it, zerores.com.
Jeff Kaplan. I'm energized by breaking news. First of all, because it's right now, and second of all, because in many cases the audience needs to know. There's no more important service that we can provide, and I find it critically important to get more details to the audience as quickly as possible. There's nothing more energizing than that for me. Not at all. The most important thing we do is breaking news.
Jeff Kaplan's Afternoon News, 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 1229. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Ricky, still a good-looking drive out there?
Good speeds on all the Valley freeways, including I-15 both directions between Ogden and Provo. We have a small accident. It's not going to get in your way. It's out of traffic on the shoulders, southbound I-215's eastbound, approximately 3700 south. Is your car due for some extra love? Burt Brothers is here for your vehicle's routine maintenance, all done by our ASC certified technicians. Burt Brothers, affordable, complete auto care, done better. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got partly cloudy skies in store today, high of 85, and a slight chance for a mountain storm. Overnight lows in the mid-60s, and for tomorrow, partly cloudy, high of 85. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunny and 81 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. In Ogden, it's 71. In Moab at this hour, 70 degrees. And if we look at Park City, a nice 65.
You're listening to Utah's New News with Maria Chaleos on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time, 1230. KSL's top story this hour. It is breaking news. House Speaker Brad Wilson has announced that he is stepping down from the Utah legislature. He's also exploring a run for Senate. Wilson did not mention the Senate run in his announcement, nor did he mention why he's stepping down. Wilson called it an honor and a privilege to serve and says that he is excited for his next chapter. Wilson will stay on until November 15th. His replacement will be picked by Davis County delegates. A Utah lawmaker is working on a bill that would hopefully calm the tense emotion that comes with proposed school district splits.
It is very, very emotional, very incredibly divisive. It tends to gravitate towards non-facts.
State Senator Keith Grover says his bill would require an outside entity to do the feasibility study when a city or a district is considering splitting, not the city or the district themselves. It would also require a study be done once a district hits a certain number of enrolled students. That number will be decided in an upcoming debate on that bill. Now, the bill is also open for public comment. KSL News Time, 1231. More women are seeking help since a landmark domestic violence law took effect. Victim referrals are on the rise and women's shelters are filling up. KSL News Radio's Hugo Ricard-Bell is live with more. Hugo?
Maria, it's bittersweet. On one hand, you have more women escaping violent relationships, but on the other hand, light is being shed on just the sheer magnitude of the problem in Utah. Since July 1st, police across the state have been mandated to ask victims a select series of questions, and depending on the answers, determine their level of risk. If they score highly, they are removed from their situation to safety. And according to the Utah Domestic Violence Coalition, there's been an 83% increase in victim referrals, which means as shelters fill up, more victims are actually being forced to be turned away, putting a spotlight on another hole in the system, and that's resources. Reporting live, Hugo Ricard-Bell, KSL News Radio.
Salt Lake City police say a man is accused of shooting another man in a parking lot outside of the Salt Lake City Club, over the weekend. KSL.com reports the shooting happened outside Liquid Joe's near 1200 East and 3300 South. Police say the man is a documented gang member and has served prison time for a violent assault. KSL's top national stories. Federal government says it overpaid hundreds of thousands of Social Security recipients, and now they want the extra money paid back. KSL legal analyst Greg Skordas tells David Dujanovic the government needs to accommodate a payment plan for people who are impacted.
The administration has got to go in, Dave, and say, wait a minute. We need to figure out a way that these people can pay it back. Maybe they pay back 10 cents on the dollar. Maybe they don't repay anything back, but they get a reduction in their future payments.
Skorda says he doesn't think people will be forced to quickly pay that full amount back. The Great Resignation is over, at least according to the person who coined that term. KSL News Radio's Heather Kelly has more.
Resignation rates are now at their lowest level since 2019. Associate Professor of Management at Texas A&M, Anthony Klotz, coined the term 2 years ago, and he now says the Great Resignation is mostly done. Klotz tells the business magazine Fast Company that a combination of high inflation and fear of widespread layoffs are keeping more workers from quitting their jobs. But a high percentage of employees are asking for raises to keep up with inflation. Heather Kelly, KSL News Radio.
Other national stories KSL is following. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is defending the U.S.'s decision to unfreeze more than $6 billion in assets for Iran in exchange for the freedom of 5 American detainees. He says he has absolute confidence the U.S. will be able to monitor the funds.
We have absolute oversight of how they're used, and they can only be used for humanitarian purposes. And we have absolute confidence in the process and the system that's been set up.
The detainees are expected to arrive back in the U.S. later today. The strike from the United Auto Workers Union continues into its 4th day today. ABC's Alex Brochet is on the ground outside the Toledo, Ohio Stellantis plant.
Right now, the mood is pretty high. You know, we're just in day 4 of this. We've heard music playing throughout the day. There was a soft serve truck that just passed through, handing out treats this afternoon. But the mood is relatively high.
One of the car makers is now offering a 21% wage increase over 4 years, which is far below the union's request of a 36% pay hike. Police in the UK are looking into at least one sexual assault allegation against actor, comedian, and podcaster Russell Brand.
After explosive sexual assault allegations against Russell Brand came out over the weekend, on Monday, police in London said they'd received a report of a sexual assault that happened in 2003. And while police haven't publicly named Brand as the alleged perpetrator, they said the accusation came to them after all of the high-profile media stories over the weekend. And many are cutting ties with Brand, including his publisher, and his current tour has been postponed. Brand is accused of rape and other sexual assault claims. He denies doing anything wrong. Jason Nathanson, ABC News, Hollywood.
Drew Barrymore says that she will pause the premiere of her talk show until labor issues are resolved. Barrymore had started up her show last week amid the ongoing Hollywood actors and writers strike. Hours later, CBS The Talk also announced that they were scrapping its restart, which was planned for today. CBS says they will keep evaluating for a new launch date. First look traffic. What's happening, Ricky?
It's pretty quiet out there for a Monday noontime drive. Only one accident on the freeways. That's I-215's eastbound going southbound prior to 3900 South. Ricky Mason, the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:35.
Breaking news is just one ask away.
Plain KSL News Radio.
Tensions were high during a Sandy City Council meeting.
Temperatures are going to start cooling
in your home. Tell Alexa, play KSL News Radio. Then listen in your car at 102.7 FM.
Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. We work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. Ty is a paid spokesman.
I'm Ty Burrell, actor and small business owner. You can trust Innovation Refunds with your small business's ERC claim because of their SOC 2 Type 1 security compliance. Without this, how can you be sure a company can protect your information? It's not like here on the radio, where all you need to be secure is a censor button. My password to my bank account is Ty's cool password 1. Uh-oh. Luckily, Innovation Refunds is more reliable. Go to innovationrefunds.com or call 1-843-REFUNDS to get started.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
Here's a question. Do you wear dentures? At Grandpa's Dental, you can trade in your floppy dentures and get $2,000 towards an implant-supported solution. You know, they say the older you get, the more you need your teeth. Well, chewing your food isn't a luxury. And taking a bite out of a nice, juicy steak, well, it takes teeth. At Grandpa's Dental, they have over 10,000 restorations under their belt, and it's always affordable. When you walk into one of their 3 locations, you're family. Period. At Grandpa's Dental, they live their family legacy by building lasting relationships through state-of-the-art services. So if you want to stop the flop and actually eat foods you can chew, trade in your dentures at Grandpa's Dental for $2,000 toward your implant solution. Schedule your free consultation at grandpasdental.com today. That's grandpasdental.com.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's Noon News. Recapping our top local story, more women have been seeking help since a landmark domestic violence law took effect. KSL News Time 1238. California is suing Exxon, Shell, Chevron, and other big oil companies for making public statements about climate change that were reportedly deceiving. California's Attorney General claims the companies pulled off a decades-long campaign of false information to hide the connection between fossil fuel production and climate change. Experts say the complaint could open a huge wave of new legal action against oil firms. UTA is holding Rail Safety Week, trying to reduce the number of accidents and deaths at railroad crossings. Details from KSL News Radio's Eric Cabrera.
Rail Safety Week is a collaborative effort by UTA and its transportation partners to spread awareness about safe and unsafe behavior around railroad crossings. The Department of Transportation says more than 5,800 accidents happen at railroad crossings, resulting in 600 deaths annually. Events include efforts from UHP, Salt Lake City Police, the Utah Trucking Association, and more, with new events happening daily.
The agenda for Rail Safety Week is on the UTA website. UTA wants to expand and improve the state's transit system over the next few decades. They are updating UTA Moves 2050 plan. Now, some of the bigger projects include expanding Front Runner to Payson and Brigham City, direct connections between the airport and western Salt Lake County, and more routes on evenings and weekends. KSL News Time, 1239, traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Such a pretty day, Ricky.
It's a beautiful day for a drive, and we do have normal KSL travel times on all the Valley freeways. Just one accident. It's out of traffic on the shoulder, southbound I-215's eastbound in the Mill Creek area, about 3500 south. It's before 3900 south. Again, out of traffic, but you're looking good and good to go on the freeways, including I-15 in Weber, Davis, Salt Lake, and Utah counties. Fill up your bucket list in Box Elder County. History, recreation, and wildlife, along with excellent dining and shopping, await you. Find out more at visitboxeldercounty.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Lovely early autumn weather today with a high of 85, partly cloudy skies, and a slight chance for a storm at the higher elevations. Overnight lows, low to mid-60s. Tomorrow, 85, partly cloudy. Winds pick up out of the south on Wednesday, high of 86. Then some fall-like changes on Thursday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Partly cloudy, 81 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City, and still to come on Utah's Noon News. Absenteeism is on the rise in schools across the country. Utah is no exception. We're going to go in depth on that subject coming up right here on KSL News Radio.
They say good things come to those who wait, but we both know the truth. If you want the good things in life, you've got to go out and get them. So if you've been dreaming of a Cadillac, don't wait. Head to Jerry Seiner Cadillac and get one for yourself. With their award-winning XT4, 5, and 6 models available on-site and the area's top selection of certified pre-owned Cadillacs, there's no need to wait to drive in luxury. Stop dreaming, start driving. Visit Jerry Seiner and experience the Seiner difference.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. Oh, thank you. What does it say? Beware, if you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of hospitalization from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
September means it's time for Any Hour Services free furnace sale. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and as summer comes to a close and falls right around the corner, the weather gets, well, perfect. And when the weather's perfect, people need a little extra incentive to replace their heating and cooling system. That's where Any Hour Services free furnace sale comes in. For the month of September, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. And there's no catch. There's no raising the price on the air conditioner first. There's no making you buy the most expensive air conditioner to qualify. There's none of that. There's just a desire to keep our technicians working while the weather's mild and a genuine appreciation of you for helping us keep them busy. So if you've been thinking about replacing your old furnace and air conditioner and want to know exactly how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services today and schedule a free estimate. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Dave and Debbie.
Where do people in Utah have an opportunity on a regular basis to voice their opinions? That's on our show on KSL News Radio. You have a way to share your experiences and to get your message out to the entire community. Where else in Utah can they go? Nowhere. That's on our show.
We have to be so careful not to take things out of context. It's very easy to manipulate what someone says to fit your own narrative. And we don't want to do that. We want to take your best argument, you take my best argument, and if we don't always say it perfectly, that's okay. It's a conversation. It's a give and take.
Listeners call the show and are willing to share how they're dealing with life circumstances. This is why our show is so important to this community and why our listeners are so important to KSL News Radio.
Listen for Dave and Dejanovic 9 to noon on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 12:45. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
since police have mandated to conduct lethality assessments on victims of domestic abuse call-outs, the Utah Domestic Violence Coalition says women's shelters around the state are overflowing. On KSL News Radio's Hugo Ricard-Bell.
Second House Speaker Brad Wilson has announced that he is stepping down from the Utah legislature. Third, traffic and weather together, Ricky.
A right lane block due to utility work. Westbound 3300 South in South Salt Lake at West Temple. Expect some backups in the area. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Mid-80s with partly cloudy skies through midweek. Then some fall-like changes. I'm Matt Johnson.
Partly cloudy, 81 degrees downtown. Time for KSL's top national stories from ABC News.
The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's made an arrest in what it calls the ambush-style murder of a deputy. Sheriff Robert Luna identifying the suspect as 29-year-old Kevin Salazar.
Investigators recovered numerous firearms and the vehicle of interest that was depicted in the flyer that we put out yesterday at our press conference.
So far, there's no motive for the murder. Secretary of State Antony Blinken at the UN today confirming 7 Americans who were detained by Iran. 5 of them prisoners are on their way home.
For today, for this moment, it's very good to be able to say that our fellow citizens are free.
They're expected in the U.S. later today. No signs of a breakthrough on the 4th day of the United Auto Workers strike against Detroit's Big Three. Bill Maher is delaying the return of his HBO talk show as strikes by the Writers Guild and SAG-AFTRA, the Actors Union, continue. His show, the latest in a series of programs to say that they're doing so. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth. Absenteeism is on the rise in schools across the country. Utah, no exception. Granite School District spokesperson Ben Horsley tells David Dujanovic that the district has been working hard to recover from the pandemic.
Granite School District was one of many school districts in the state of Utah that went back in the fall of 2020 despite protests from many individuals. This huge increase in absenteeism was many of those students who continued with online being provided the option to come back in person ever returned. And so I would agree with the report from the Wall Street Journal that we continue to see upwards of 30% chronic absenteeism, and many of these kids were kids that tried to do online learning, even though we were providing in-person.
Horsley says it's no longer a crime for children to not go to school, and more kids have stopped attending altogether.
Prior to COVID, there was a thing called juvenile justice reform, and what it did is many wonderful things, but one of the factors that it did was it made it a non-referable offense to court if you were truant. And what that means is police don't pull over kids if they are not in school anymore. You can't. It's not a crime to be truant, in other words. And if kids are not on school property and they're truant, we don't have administrative capability to go out and track down kids off of school property, if that makes sense. So what we've seen since COVID is a number of those kids who did online education, didn't engage at all, and now they're trying to be back in the education system, and they're still chronically absent, upwards of 25 to 30%. And that's not just in Granite, that's across the entire state. Truancy rates are through the roof. So it's a kind of a combined perfect storm of juvenile justice reform and then also COVID.
Horsley says one Granite School District school has more than 35% of its student body who are chronically absent. Horsley says some lawmakers are working on legislation to incentivize parents and students to get kids back into the classroom. KSL News Time, 12:49. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Ricky Meese.
It's been a pretty easy drive on all the Valley freeways. We only have one accident reported. This is southbound I-215's East Belt. Prior to 3900 South, looks like a tow truck has arrived on the scene. They're over to the right. We haven't seen it cause any delays. Right now, we have a nice delay-free drive in progress on all the freeways. A right lane blocked with utility work in South Salt Lake, westbound 3300 South at West Temple. Today and tomorrow, Zero Res is opening up their $25 special. Schedule your carpet cleaning today, and you'll pay just $25 per room. Only with Zero Res Carpet Cleaning. Call or schedule online at zerores.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast will go 85 today, partly cloudy skies, and a slight chance for a storm in the mountains. Partly cloudy tomorrow, 85. 86, mix of sun and clouds, but breezy on Wednesday out of the south. We keep those breezy winds on Thursday, slight chance for a storm, 74. Then the bottom drops out on Friday, high of only 60, wet and cool. We'll go 69 on Saturday, back to 75 on Sunday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now it's partly cloudy, 81 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City, and the 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. A quick check of the markets, kind of a sleepy day on the markets. They're pretty flat at this hour. Complete update of your money news coming up next.
They say you slow down as you get older, and it's true. But taking life a little slower here at Summit Vista has been incredibly rewarding. At my age, I know what I like, and it's all here. They call this a life plan community, and I'm liking the concept. I've always been a practical person, and now it's time to treat myself. At Summit Vista, I have a beautiful apartment. It's spacious and contemporary. It feels like me. I have all the independence I want, no more maintenance headaches, no more days spent cleaning. I eat delicious meals with my friends. The staff here feels like family. The socializing and amenities are endless. Frankly, anyone who says luxury living is overrated hasn't been to Summit Vista. I've rebooted my life, and I'm revisiting my younger self with the wisdom of an older woman. And I gotta tell you, feels pretty cool.
Experience retirement living at the top. Visit summitvista.com today.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Hi, Grandma. What's for dinner?
Hey, honey, I'm making stew tonight.
Ooh, can Nina come over?
I'm not sure about our new friend. I wonder if there's been any drinking going on. Alcohol at her age can lead to so many bad things. I've been meaning to ask you, what would happen if someone offered you a drink?
Grandma?
This is hard. She's so young, but I know I need to talk to her about it now before someone tries to give her alcohol. If anyone ever does offer you a drink, I want you to say no. I have too much respect for my family, and I don't want to get in trouble.
Okay.
Really?
I promise, Grandma. I love you too.
Okay, how about tasting this stew and telling me what you think?
Some children may try alcohol as young as 9 years old. It's not too early to talk about drinking. For tips on how to begin the conversation, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. That's underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. This message brought to you by SAMHSA and this station.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News. We're committed to letting you know exactly what's going on. On our show, we're going to bring you up to speed on what's happening in the world to this moment. At the same time, the news can be really burdensome. It can leave you feeling a little bit depressed and even a little bit more depressed. My Minute of News is just a moment to lift you up. I'm blessed that KSL has given me the freedom to talk about whatever I want. Literally, it is my minute of news. Sometimes it's pegged to what's happening that very day. Sometimes it might be something bizarre that you didn't know happening somewhere else in the world. To make you smile for a moment, even on a difficult day, and make you realize the world is still spinning. I am so honored that so many people have appreciated and enjoy the Minute of News every afternoon.
Ride Home with Jeff Kaplan, weekdays 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 12:54. 2024 is slated to be a big year for wedding proposals. KSL News Radio's Kate Davis explains.
The biggest jewelry company in the U.S., Signet Jewelers, keeps a really close eye on bridal jewelry sales because it's more than half of their business. Signet says fewer people started dating during the pandemic, and now it's causing an engagement gap because people usually get married a little over 3 years after starting to date. Signet's customer data platform is predicting that the proposal slowdown should bottom out this year, then make a comeback in 2024. Kate Davis, KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time 12:55. Watching Utah's money. It doesn't seem like house prices in Utah are going down anytime soon. Utah housing experts say our housing market fundamentals are still wrong, but they are predicting the housing shortage is likely to increase heading into 2024, along with home prices. But experts are not expecting the same crash that happened back in 2008. A piece of art and TV history is hitting the open market. The first painting ever by Bob Ross for his show, The Joy of Painting, is up for sale. Seller is asking for just shy of $10 million, for the painting titled A Walk in the Woods. KSL Drives, a small city ended its bus service to find out what would happen if public transit was more like Uber. City of Wilson, North Carolina switched to micro transit services that use smartphone apps to summon rides like Uber and Lyft, but cost less than $3. Ridership jumped 300% in the city. And taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow up by just a point. S&P 500 is now turned in, both the S&P 500 and NASDAQ have now turned into negative territory. S&P 500 down by a fraction, the NASDAQ down by 14 points.
Cheeseburger in paradise.
One of America's favorite foods is being celebrated today. It is National Cheeseburger Day. McDonald's is selling double cheeseburgers for 50 cents. Burger King is giving away free burgers to members of its rewards program with the purchase of $1 or more. Wendy's is offering a junior bacon cheeseburger for a penny with any purchase. Smashburger offering their classic double burger for $5. We'll update your drive coming up next. KSL News Time, 12:56.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can get 1 year of unlimited mobile for free. Yep, you heard that right. An entire year, free. It's our best internet, powered by the next generation 10G network and with 99.9% reliability, plus 1 line of free mobile for a year. The Mobile Made Free event is happening now.
Get started with internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, for a limited time only, ask how new and existing customers can get a free line of unlimited mobile during the Mobile Made Free event. Call or go online today to learn more. Ends 9/21/2023. EcoBill and autopay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Mobile offer requires 100 megabits per second internet package and new unlimited intro-mobile service. Other restrictions apply.
There's things you need to know every day,
And you will when you subscribe to KSL's daily 3 Things You Need to Know newsletter. Every weekday, we promise to deliver high quality and high value content to your inbox. No ads, no spam, just the top 3 things you need to know to stay informed about the world and community around you. Subscribe today. Visit KSLNewsRadio.com or text the word inbox to 57500. That's inbox to 57500.
I'm Andy Farnsworth from KSL News Radio.
And I'm Kellyanne Halverson.
And we're hosts of KSL's Fan Effect podcast.
That's Fan Effect with an E.
We're excited to share with you our knowledge
and arguments
on everything pop culture and fandom, featuring movie and television reviews, pop culture deep dives into video games, cosplay, fandom events, and more. Listen regularly on your favorite podcast platform at KSLNewsRadio.com, KSLPodcasts.com, or on the KSL News Radio app.
And remember, that's Fan Effect with an E.
Sure, humans can be a little weird at times, but take it from me, I'm a dog. And a person is about the best thing that can happen to a shelter pet. So if you want to learn how you can be that person, get down to your local pet shelter or visit theshelterpetproject.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
KSL News Time, 12:59. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And let's get the latest with Ricky Meese.
The crash we had southbound on I-215's East Belt in Mill Creek has been cleared. Really didn't cause any problems. It was out of traffic. But now we have a new accident. This is in Utah County. It's on the ramp. Northbound I-15 at Highway 6, Spanish Fork, out of traffic on the shoulder. You can still make that ramp without any issue. Found your dream house, but not your dream rate? Make your purchase with a home loan from Cypress Credit Union. Refinance within 12 months if rates drop, and we'll take care of the refinancing fees. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
And taking a look at the forecast for the Wasatch Front, looks like we better get ready for a change in temperatures. So the first 3 days of the week, we're looking at mid-80s for highs. But on Thursday, that's when the big change happens. There is a 30% chance of showers on Thursday and the temperature dropping into the 70s. We are looking at 60s for Friday and Saturday and a good chance of rain on Friday. 81 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen at home on any smart speaker and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 1 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dale Spalding. KSL's top story this hour: House Speaker Brad Wilson is stepping down from the Utah legislature, but did not explicitly say it was to run for Senate. KSL News Radio's Lindsay Aritz has details.
Wilson's announcement only made mention of him being excited for his next chapter, but Utah's Republican Party chairman, Robert Axson, called Wilson's likely Senate run the open secret.
It's been very clear over the last couple of months that the speaker was looking into running for the United States Senate, and I would anticipate that he will make his intentions known in the very near future.
Wilson's campaign website has also been updated to tease a special announcement on September 27th.